that could pay out very well and get the big SSTO, get us the money for the big SSTO to get back up into operation pretty quickly. So that's what we're going to do. Let's... building a crew access module for an SSTO. Mission mode part 190, I think is what we're up to, guys. So, stick around. Still plenty of stream left. Let's get into the meat and potatoes here of the stream. When you get a chance, can we see the first rocket that was launched in mission mode? It's called Imahara. It's very, very simple. Yeah, Thomas. What's up? Check DMs, okay? NASA decided they wanted 3 more CubeSats, so it... Oh, okay, that delayed it a little bit. What's up, boss man? I don't want to play this. Why, Sneaky? Why? Why would you do this? Dude, I don't want to play Car Mechanic Simulator. I want to play Car Mechanic. I got to work on the real stuff, man. I have enough trouble finishing that stuff as it is. Damn it, man. They put effort into it? What do you put effort into it? I didn't put effort into working on my damn truck. Damn you. Damn you. Thanks, man. Oh, dear. But fluids. Why would you do that to me? Did you throw the latest version of the big SSTO on Kerbal? I want to see how much the landing gear config can handle. I have not done that yet. So, okay, give me 1 second. Oh, dear. Alright, so, Lavi, you said check DM. Huh, yeah, Lavi, like I said. Yep. Yeah. I know. Yeah, interesting. But fluids! Not looking good for Starliner, yeah. Hey, Buttertoast, been thinking about getting a flight stick to play KSP and Flight Sim. Any recommendations? For KSP, Buttered, you don't need something complicated. A Logitech Extreme 3D. Test the waters with this. Use this for KSP and then mess with it in Flight Sim. If you want to go crazier, go buy a yoke then. But yeah, Logitech Extreme 3D Pro. This is what I use. I've only played KSP with this joystick. This is, it's not expensive and it lasts a reasonably long time for the price. What's wrong with Starliner? Nothing. Yet. I'm half joking with the butt fluids thing. They literally added all the fluids now. Well, that's neat. Boss, I have a 3D Pro sitting in my apartment that I kept. It was the first one I ever bought, and I bought it in like 2002. Yeah, it's older than some viewers, man. I remember going to Circuit City and buying that thing, dude. It's a great joystick. It really is. You have 3 of them. That's the only joystick I use for KSP. Dude, the thing's like 40 bucks. This 3D Pro has lasted me like a year. 40 bucks. And these things see some pretty dang heavy use. You got yours from CompUSA? Oh man, you got me beat there. Yeah. How do you guys predict when a craft will land in KSP? Is there a general rule that I should follow? I'm kind of bothering you with these noob questions lately. Really sorry for that. Don't apologize. That's the point of the stream, dude. Trial and error, Hooded, will get you where you want, but there's always something that I tell people to do. If you have a shuttle, heck, if you even have a pod, steer it. pods have offset center of mass on purpose. So if you roll the capsule, that offset center of mass will make the pod fly like this or fly like this into the reentry. If it's flying like this into the reentry, you're going to sink faster. If it's flying like this into the reentry, you're going to gain lift. Pods have cross range capability, guys. You can change the reentry trajectory with a pod. You got to steer it. It's not very good. A shuttle would be better for steering your reentry trajectory in, but pods can steer. Offset the center of mass in your pod, Hooded. Seriously, put a fuel tank on one side. And then roll the pod during reentry and watch what it does. You can steer the pod in. Reentry is flying, but a lot frigging faster, and you're on fire. Yep. But it's flying at the end of the day. The shuttle flew through reentry. You could fly it through reentry. It could turn at hypersonic speeds. So can the X-37. Remember one thing. So you have to do trial and error, right? My X-33, the K-33 and Jebstar trajectories are based off of, well, chat helped me out with those trajectories, but they were initially based off of my space shuttle's landing trajectory. And my space shuttle's landing trajectory was based off of pod landing trajectories. And then I honed it over time from flying the shuttle so much. Hokey! Tier 377 month resub. You're halfway there. Yeah, right? So, yeah, I mean, Hooded just, yeah. If you're using a pod, offset the center of mass. Heck, the shuttle center of mass is offset off of its center line too, so it can do this. Literally the same, well, not exactly the same thing, but the same idea. Yeah, Buttertoast, what was your question? Sorry, I know you asked. Did I answer it already? Oh, okay, yeah, yours was the joystick question. Okay, cool. I'm just making sure I'm caught up here. Do you add any bindings to the Switch playing in flight mode with your Logitech? I did have them bound up at some point, but no. I had this for RCS and that one for SAS, and then the hi-hat was translate. The hat on top was translate RCS, but the newer versions of Kerbal didn't like that, so yeah, it just eventually stopped working. Any tips for reducing stiff and bouncy landing gear? Well, stiff landing gear, you lower the spring rate. Bouncing landing gear, you increase the damper rate. I have a question. Is that a cam on the thermal protection system? It's a downward-facing camera, Forge, yeah. And it looks like the tiles on Starship are cracking. That's the same problem they had with the space shuttle. Tiles cracked because when they pulled the vehicle up, it stretched it. When they stacked it, they stretched it, they expanded it and contracted it, and the tiles cracked. Yeah. Densification. Same thing happened with the space shuttle. That's very interesting. Not sure if you like college football, but saw this today. Aerodynamics of college football logos. Nice. Beefcake! 5-month resub. I just use trajectories mods. Yeah. That's nice. I thought I missed something, but I think I got all of it. What did you think of reports on the timeline for NASA's new spacesuit and the complexity of a Starship lunar lander? Here. Give me 1 second. I have your answer. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm finding it. There you go. I got it right here. Here's your answer.
Space. William Bradford, speaking in 1630 of the founding of the Plymouth Bay Colony, said that all great and honorable actions are accompanied with great difficulties, and both must be enterprised and overcome with answerable courage. If this capsule history of our progress teaches us anything, it is that man in his quest for knowledge and progress is determined and cannot be deterred. The exploration of space will go ahead, whether we join in it or not. And it is one of the great adventures of all time. And no nation which expects to be the leader of other nations can expect to stay behind in this race for space. Those who came before us made certain that this country rode the first waves of the Industrial Revolution, the first waves of modern invention, and the first wave of nuclear power. And this generation does not intend to founder in the backwash of the coming age of space. Ooh. We mean to be a part of it. We mean to lead it.
For the eyes of the world, now look into space.
For the eyes of the world, now look into space, to the moon and to the planets beyond. And we have vowed that we shall not see it governed by a hostile flag of conquest, but by a banner of freedom and peace. We have vowed that we shall not see space filled with weapons of mass destruction, but with instruments of knowledge and understanding. Yet the vows of this nation can only be fulfilled if we in this nation are first, and therefore we intend to be first.
Look, the reason why I played that and the reason why it's so pertinent is because, like the Apollo program, going back to the moon is difficult. But most things that are difficult to do are worth it. That's why they're difficult. That's what makes them worth it. All right? That's what that whole speech is about. Look, getting a lunar starship to the surface of the moon in 2024 is going to be difficult. Getting those spacesuits engineered up and ready in 2024 is going to be difficult. That is a hard thing to do. But if we just turned our back every freaking time some difficult freaking challenge showed up, we wouldn't have gotten anywhere. We wouldn't be where we are in civilization. Just like what he said, it's the same thing.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
It's my president right there. JFK. It's from the next, he grew up in the next town over from me. It's from Brookline, man. Brookline, Mass. Can chat get a vote option to fund a museum of vehicles for mission mode? I mean, I suppose if you wanted to. Why do we want to go back to the moon? I mean, there's a lot of implications there. Why don't we want to go back to the moon is the real question. No, that's not the real question. Yeah, you know, Hebrew, because going back to the moon, I mean, to parrot JFK again, serves to organize and measure the best of our skills. It's true. If we show that we can go to the moon, what else can we do? Look what we can get done. Look what comes from this country. You know what I mean? Look what we can do. And, you know, I think it would be good. I think that'd be good for everybody. I hope we do it, man. I really do. Because if you know what? Here's the truth. If we don't do it, somebody else will. If we're not going to do it, someone else will. I mean, dude, it's crazy the parallels. He says that in the speech, and that speech is from 60 years ago. It's a friggin' awesome speech, man. You guys mind if I just...
In short, our leadership in science and industry,
Yeah, Xanon.
our hopes for peace and security, our obligations to ourselves as well as others, all require us to make this effort, to solve these mysteries, to solve them for the good of all men,
That's right, Green.
and to become the world's leading spacefaring nation. We set sail on this new sea because there is new knowledge to be gained and new rights to be won, and they must be won and used for the progress of all people. For space science, like nuclear science and all technology, has no conscience of its own. Whether it will become a force for good or ill depends on man. And only if the United States occupies a position of preeminence can we help decide whether this new ocean will be a sea of peace or a new terrifying theater of war.
God damn, was that
I
guy
do
smart.
not say that we
Holy
should
crap.
or will go unprotected against the hostile misuse of space any more than we go unprotected against the hostile use of land or sea.
That's right, Andy.
But I do say that space can be explored and mastered without feeding the fires of war, without repeating the mistakes that man has made in extending his writ around this globe of ours.
So goddamn
There
smart.
is no strife, no prejudice, no national conflict in outer space as yet. Its hazards are hostile to us all. Its conquest deserves the best of all mankind, and its opportunity for peaceful cooperation may never come again. But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon.
Oh, it's so good,
We
man.
choose to go to the moon.
So good.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
We never found out what those other things were. Rice hasn't beaten Texas since that speech, by the way, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah. Man, that's why. That's the reason. You hear what he said? That's the reason, man. Unwilling to postpone. Well, yeah. Well, he wasn't there when they decided to postpone it, Llama. But, yeah. Yeah, Trehek, it'd be nice, man. That's conviction right there, man. He made that speech like a couple of months after Alan Shepard flew on Mercury Redstone on a suborbital flight. Suborbital. Mercury Redstone went up and it came back down, like New Shepard or Virgin Galactic. Same thing. Well, not same thing, but you get the idea. That's ridiculous, man. That is ridiculous. Yeah, Jonas, yeah, there you go. It was a joke, but yeah. Yes, Panja, pretty much. They were like, wait, we're going to do what? But that's a damn good speech, and that's a good enough reason. It's a very Boston thing. Why do we want to go back to the moon? Because screw you! That's why. Oh, feeling motivated as all hell. Hell yeah. Let's friggin' go. Fire me the frick up, man. Let's do this. Alright, so we landed the SSTO last night after we deployed a successful payload. We did make some profit off of it, and then I took some advances on some contracts that the small SSTO can get done with the pre-existing infrastructure that we have up there. Apparently JFK wanted to go to Mars, but his officials told him that the moon was a more realistic goal. Yep. How do you launch things from the pad without being forced to recover something? Make the pad reusable. Docking ports instead of decouplers. Alright, so what contract did we take? I believe it is a contract to attach a new part to a satellite in orbit around the moon. And it pays out 200 grand. And I taking the advance on it almost gave me enough to get the big SSTO back up and running. What we're doing right now is I scraped together enough launch architecture after that fiasco on the pad the other night to get the small SSTO completely operational. The K33, which I had sitting over there, so I didn't pay anything for it. That's what I used for developmental tests for the big one. But we're putting the thing to freaking work. That's what we're doing. So yesterday I used it to launch a commercial sat, and we actually made some money off of it, which is pretty cool. It launched off of that pad using that crane, swapping payloads out, came back down and landed 2 missions yesterday. We did 2 of them. Today we're not necessarily going to do 2 missions. I have to work on engineering the hardware that I need to get Kerbals in and out of this vehicle when it's getting ready to launch. And when it comes back down and lands. That's all. That's what we got to do today. I got to build basically a crew access vehicle or a crew access medium here for the pad. Do we have the funds to build a milk stand so we only have to build 1 crew access vehicle? Pilch, no. I don't have the funds to put the big pad out. And I don't want to. What I want to do, and this paid off for me when these big SSTO blew up, I want to have these to, believe it or not, for right now, in this particular scenario, to get them redundant, dissimilar architecture, just for now. When we get enough money to get the big and the small one running again, we'll unify the pads, okay? But the Saturn 1 and the Saturn 5 use 2 different pads to start, and then over time they optimized it to be able to use, so they could use 1 pad, right? They didn't build the milk stool right away. That's the right path. That's what we need to go. That's what we need to do. No, I mean have a launch pad on the pad, but when I want to put that truck out, it's not on the pad, dude. It's over to the side. Just move the stuff over to the side and hit launch, and it'll put it on the grass. Hey, Duel, I'm here lurking, working on my own crew access arm with tower cranes. Yeah, baby. Are you going to recover SN10 for repairs? Well, let's go assess that. Let's go assess that right now. Miss Space News. OFT2 likely looking bad. It's not looking good. It's not looking bad, Euler. It's kind of in the center right now. So let's go grab the jet truck and we'll pull 10, or we'll go inspect 10 and we'll see what's going on from there. 77 and Hokey, thank you for the 77 bucks, dude. Sorry, I was listening to the speech when it came through, or I was getting ready to get the speech going, but thanks, man. I really appreciate it. 77 months, dude. Thanks for being with me all this time. It really means a lot to me. What happened to SN10? Nothing. My SN10 is over there. We just got to go get it. We got to inspect it. It's been used, guys. That's the problem. Suffering from success over here. That SSTO has been used 7 times without being recovered, and it shows. The actually parts of the vehicle are deforming, which is pretty insane, actually. Where is Herbal? He should be over here. Herbal? There we go. The pad looks okay. The crane is not doing very well right now. The crane broke from the last mission. Boris! Forgot I had one of these. Enjoy. Thanks, man. God, dude, that speech makes me so happy. Like, look, I know Kennedy had his, you know, he had his things, but that particular speech describes why we go into space better than anything else that I could ever think of. There's no singular speech given by any U.S. president that describes why we should go into space. Parts of the vehicle deforming? How and why? From pad integration over and over again. How did the crane break? Kraken strike from the suspension of a vehicle. When I tried to grab the payload pilch, it screwed up. It's crazy how wear and tear is something you've discovered. Yeah, integrating it, pushing it upright onto the pad is causing certain metal parts to bend. You'll see. I'll show you. Jackery, thanks for the bits, man. The moon speech. Yeah, we just listened to it. Can't we just move them into the cargo bay like you moved that guy from one side to the other? I mean, I'd need a truck that can dock to it that has a access that has like a crew tank on it, John. But yeah, of course. I don't want to do that, dude. We gotta have the astronauts egressing out of the vehicle. Like, wouldn't that be cooler?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Space Herb. There you go, 24-month resub. My Prime was waiting for the 2-year sub. Thanks, man. Starliner teleconference at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Oh, okay. They wouldn't hold the teleconference, Hell Hydra, if they weren't either A... Well, there's only... Hell Hydra, let's put it this way. There's only two reasons why they would... There's only two reasons why they hold a teleconference. And I'll tell you what, it's either a good reason or it's a bad reason. They're either... That teleconference is either going to say we're not flying or we're flying.
Discovery,
yeah, that's interesting. Night Sensation, 8-month resub. Thanks, man. What did you tell me, Lavi? I don't remember that part. What happened with Starliner now? Yarg, the spacecraft got hung up with some electrical interference, dude. There was a sub, so Knight had a sub in there. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then, yeah, I think I got all of them. Knight, thanks, man. So when they rolled it out to the pad the other day, there was some kind of electrical interference that screwed up something somewhere, and now there's certain valves for, like, fueling and whatever that aren't opening correctly. They can't get them open and closed. So, yeah, that's a problem. How long after the speech was Apollo 11? Because he mentioned the specs of the Saturn V. So that speech was November 61, if I'm remembering correctly. November 1961. Apollo 11 was July 1969. Is it 62? Okay, so 62. NASA and Boeing are continuing discussions on the status of OFT-2 mission and will host a joint media teleconference at 1 p.m. to discuss the second uncrewed flight. I'm telling you, it's either good or it's bad. Hellfish, it's happening. For V8 Ford GT, this test mule could pack a twin-turbo 7. Oh, I gotta read that later. That's on my to-do list, Hellfish. Holy crap. September 12th, 1962. Neil Armstrong walked on the moon on July 20th, 1969. So, 7 short years from knowing nothing about space to going to the moon. Alan Shepard had just launched into space after he made that speech, Ivo. The fact that Boeing flat out said we're working towards safety and not a launch window, my money is on bad. Sawyer, I'll very rarely ever say this, but I hope you are dead wrong. I'll very rarely ever be that candid, man, but I hope you're 100% wrong. Please be wrong, damn it. But, hey, this is the benefits of using redundant dissimilar architecture, guys. There's literally no pressure on Boeing to launch this capsule. And, you know, despite what you hear in the media, you might think there is, but there isn't. Because Dragon can pick up the slack. And that's not a bad thing. It's important to make the capsule right. Get it right. 6 months? A 6-month delay is nothing. People don't remember that stuff got delayed. We don't remember that. What we remember is failures. So, hey, if it takes another 6 months, it takes another 6 months. Who cares? We have access to the space station. It's fine. That's right, Insignificant. You got it. So the Saturn V already existed in 1962. The plans for it, Boris. Yep. The first flight of the Saturn V was Apollo 4. Yeah, in 67. Yeah. And then Apollo 6 in early 1968. Apollo 7 was on the Saturn 1. And then Apollo 8, third flight. The third flight of the Saturn V had crew on it. Sounds like the SLS program, doesn't it? This ain't NASA's first rodeo. SLS will always be remembered as being delayed. I'm pretty sure that that's not going to be a thing when it launches. Yeah. Saturn V was delayed. Does anybody remember that? Guys, they had a critical problem with the Saturn V. They had a very, very critical problem. The pogo oscillations. The vibrations from, let's not hit the fuel tanks with the SSTO, huh? The pogo oscillations that are happening from differential thrust from lack of uniform combustion chamber pressure among the 5 F1 engines on the Saturn V. Yeah, that was a big problem. So the Saturn V was delayed. It was delayed. It was. Nobody remembers that. Are you going to do another launch? Well, Lordy, we have some things that we need to figure out. The first thing I want to do is just take a look at number 10 here. Number 10 is its serial number right there. See it? Sorry, I only zoomed in on it for a second because I got to drive the thing. So we got to look at number 10. We got to figure out if, because it is deforming. It definitely is. Look at the thermal protection system. See? It's deforming. And we might need to bring it back in and refurbish it. Or I could retire this and put a new one out. These things cost about 100, actually I forget, 100 grand? To be honest, if James Webb Space Telescope goes well, I bet that those delays will just be a footnote in 10 years. People don't remember delays, Lavi. They remember failures, though. Yeah, that's right, Kat. There you go. That's what I mean. You know, everybody says, you know, oh, Boeing has so many problems with Starliner. There's so many problems with Starliner. You know, it's a piece of junk, right? Yeah, it's a piece of junk. Okay. When it's routinely moving people to the space station, whenever that happens, yeah, people aren't going to be saying that. Just like with SLS, guys. Everybody's so critical of SLS. When SLS launches, they are going to be so happy. These people will be over the moon. You know why? Because they don't get it. They don't understand. They'll be SLS's biggest freaking cheerleaders when it goes off, calling it now. I mean that. I mean that. Just take notes. How many times do you hear about SpaceX's delay of Crew Dragon? People don't remember. Bingo. Heck, most people forgot that Hubble was nearsighted for 2 years. Yep, guys, if it means another couple of months of Starliner on the ground, I don't care. What I do care about is having 2 redundant dissimilar low Earth orbit commercial access vehicles. I care way more about that. Yeah, that's way more important than getting it off on time. I mean, do you want it done fast or do you want it done correctly? It takes time, and not every company can iterate as fast as SpaceX. I understand. But
Discovery, go at throttle up.
SpaceX with Dragon 2 had experience with the Dragon capsule. When's the last time Boeing made a capsule? Oh, never? Yeah, okay. Porter, that's what she said. 73-month resub. That would suck, Forge, but I don't think that that's going to happen. All right. So let's get Herbal out of here and let's take a look. We will inspect the vehicle. Yeah, Senchai, I heard about that last. What's up? A delayed game is eventual good. A bad game is bad forever. That's, yeah, same concept, you know? It's just that's software engineering, but yeah, similar. Who said that one, Sawyer? It's better to be on the ground wishing you were in space than in space wishing you were on the ground. Yep. Alright, so check this out, dude. See this? It's the thermal protection system is getting super deformed. And I think that's happening. I think this is happening because of launchpad integration. The TE, the erector pushes right here, and it's bending the entire aeroshell. See that? It's bending the whole. Look at all that. It's definitely convex right here. Yeah. Did you see JPL's docking port repos? Yeah, Yarg. I get it. Yeah, I saw it. Can you add a bit more support? We're gonna have to. Yeah, Crumpet. We're gonna have to mess with this area structurally. That might help with bending over time. Well, that's for docking ports, dude. Oh, I thought Herbal was going to die there for a second. That's good. All right. Another thing that we have to look at here is I might want to add a second set of landing gear to this thing. But then again, that landing gear works fine, but that landing gear is a little bit overstressed. You can tell because when you look, see it bounce like crazy? And if you look very closely, look. It's moving. That is a very good indicator that the landing gear isn't strong enough. I don't think that docking to the pad is the issue. Yeah, you'd be wrong though. I mean, yeah, of course it is. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Of course that's the problem. I mean, whether or not this thing's good enough to fly again, I mean, we could probably fly it. It would probably be fine, but I'm not 100% sure. And if we want to put people on this thing, I really don't want to risk that way. I mean, the whole back is drifting. The flags are moving out of position. And then the last one and the biggest concern is that the hydraulics for the body flap, the robotic parts are drifting too far out of alignment. You can see that they're already crooked. That was a question. If that's the problem, then shouldn't JPL's docking port fix solve what I mean? I don't know how a docking port drift is going to fix part drift. These aren't docking ports that are causing this problem. It's docking to stuff that causes the problem. So, like, if I have the SSTO resting on the alignment air brakes, and the alignment air brakes are pushing up on the vehicle, and that's bending something, and then we dock, those parts will stick in that position. So it's not the docking port; it's the progress of docking that causes this. Would this happen if it rigid attached things? I'm not sure. What? Why are we still listening to this guy, Forge? No. I'll have to read that later. I don't know what that. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Клоун обувь.
Like what? All right. Anyway, let's keep going. All right. So, yeah. See, look, we're getting some nasty deformation right here. Yarg, I think we're gonna have to structurally reinforce this. This is not really a part of the spacecraft that you want to push up on. That's really the problem here. Could we build some kind of joint testing rig that could apply pressure torque to different parts and see which ones hold up the best? Well, the launch pad can do that pretty sufficiently. He's translating a TASS article saying that a NASA astronaut drilled a hole in order to get back to Earth sooner. That's weird. How was the landing? Oh, landing was fine. Yeah. So, yeah, look at that. We got wear damage here. Now, once again, I don't know if I might not want to recover 10. I might want to leave it. And the reason why I might want to leave it is because I can see this is a physical embodiment of where the deformations are happening. It might be better to use this as kind of a loss leader, I guess. Man, yeah, no, dude, it's just, bro, come on, man. Like, what's with that guy, Sawyer? What are you doing? Seven total launches and landings, Hip. Yeah. The part drift on this is actually not bad. Really, it's considering 7 times, that's, I wish I knew, like, I don't understand. I just, all right. Use it as a pacer SSTO. Fly it and fly it and fly it. I'm coming down in favor of doing that. We'll have this, this could work like our Columbia, dude, but for the small SSTO program. But I might want to get another one out here, especially if we're going to launch crew. Have you noticed trouble controlling it? Not really, Yarg. The last flight that I brought it back, I ran out of RCS right at the very end of the flight regime, so I lost control for like maybe 5 seconds, and then I quickly regained control and landed it just fine. That's kind of one thing that I want to work on optimizing with the small SSTO. I want to put an autopilot in it. I want to put an automated ascent and to a certain extent descent as well. I'd love to see an autopilot in it. There probably wouldn't be an autopilot in this one because retrofitting one would be difficult. But we also got to remember, guys, our mass margins are very small with this. We do not have the leeway that we have with the big SSTO. I really can't add much more to this design before we start cutting into its payload capacity pretty badly. How would you do that without KOS? Cal controller and some robotics copper and a specialized control point. It's doable. So for re-entry, we would need a fixed downward-facing docking port. I think that would help with our stability issues. If I had a docking port that's facing on the same angle of incidence as the wings, to basically get it so its control point is here while the vehicle is flying like this, that would really help with aerodynamics. Part of the reason why this thing is so ridiculously difficult to control is because in order to get it to fly straight, you got to bring the nose up. If you try to fly it like this, it's not going to work very well. Yeah, Yarg. So we need a docking port that's angled 20 degrees down. Inflatable autopilot? Oh, yeah. No, I don't want to activate that. We could do that, but somebody else is going to have to activate it because it ain't going to be me. Not fixed angle on a robotic, but the robotic will drift too, Yarg. Yeah, I got it, Thomas. Mm-hmm. We also got some lateral deformation happening right here. See that? That's no good. I'm not sure why that's going on either. Well, I'm worried about drift with the robotic parts, Yarg, not necessarily mass. How does the stock autopilot work with CAL controllers? It is insanely difficult to understand, Zenith. Like, if I explained it to you right now, you'd be like, I've only done it a couple of times, but with the small SSTO, our relative mass is usually... We have a mass delta of... So, like, the initial mass and the final mass... what's the right way to say? The difference between carrying 2 tons of payload and carrying no payload up here is not... That's not a big difference. So an autopilot would work with such a low payload mass differential between full payload capacity and no payload capacity. If you get fancy, the autopilot could even do your S turns. Yeah, I'd rather fly it manually with the control point, Yarg, but yeah, we could do it over time. Yeah. So what should we do? We need to build a crew access vehicle. So that means I need one of these out here for testing with a crew port installed on it. So what I think I'll do is I'll put this on here. And then... Let's see. I don't know. Oh, yeah, Yarg, I got you. Now, the next thing we need to do is go over here, and we got to work on building a crew access structure. So, in order for me to do that, we're going to need an SSTO on the pad with the crew tank installed on it right here. And then, we've talked about a couple of different ways to get crew in and out of this thing. The first one we came up with was a vehicle that uses the rails that basically works like our mobile service tower that we used on... It looks like the mobile service tower that we used with Dart, only a lot less parts and a lot shorter. Kind of sneaky, yeah, pretty much. We could do that. It's doable. It's a doable thing. And I could just roll the thing back here when we're not using it. But once again, it could only really roll from like here to like there, but could work. The other one would be building... Oh, I got an idea. I could put another set of rails right here. That could work. How did you decide odd missions when you did the first mission mode? I kind of gave chat a primer with the Imahara rocket. Green. I kind of did a couple missions to demonstrate how mission mode would work, and then so I did like a week or so with Imahara and kind of went from there. Will ground anchors be used at some point? I really don't have a need to, but it's possible. For the original mission... how did I decide missions in the first mission mode? I just did whatever the hell I wanted. Yeah, I just did whatever the hell I wanted. And the first mission mode literally devolved into me building pads the whole time and never launching anything. Yeah. And chat got sick of that. I get it. With mission mode, because you have to produce results, deadlines, we actually get stuff done. Yeah, so let's get this thing on here so we have an SSTO on the pad that we can use for testing. Oh. And then we'll go from there. What the heck happened to this thing? From testing, crew port needs to be towards the front nose of the small SSTO payload bay so it can match up with the big SSTO payload bay. Solar panel was an issue in testing. Got it. Okay. Why is the pad doing that? The TE got really bent out of shape. How's part drift in KSP become such a big issue? Barrel, the way I'm looking at it is that it's just one of those things that's always been there. We just never noticed it. I never noticed it previously because did we ever reuse anything in the old mission mode? Ever? I don't think so. I distinctly recall not reusing anything until Condor in like 2017. I think the drift has always been there to an extent, but I just don't think we ever noticed it, man. Why is that so bent? I don't understand what happened here. Huh. It is possible to fix drift and prevent it as well. I have a pretty good example of it right here. Look, this doesn't drift too much. You're always going to get drift, but I think I have the way to get around it. Yeah, but they never docked with gravity. They never docked with anything on the ground, Hip. Like, except the one thing that I docked Grissom's to on the ground shot up into the air on Minmus, right? Other than that, if you're docking in microgravity, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think drift is as pronounced as it is when you're under gravitational acceleration down here. I think. Why? I don't understand why that happened. And why this all isn't springing back into place. Yes, Phil. I've used an SSTO for 50 launches without robotics or rotating docking ports back in the day. Drift was absolutely not a thing without those two part types. I guess so, man. Maybe Yarg... What about when they added rigid attach and auto strut? Rigid attach and auto strut means that they messed with the joints in KSP. It's maybe that. I don't know. Maybe reloading the scene will fix it. Yeah, maybe. I'm just not sure what causes that to do that. That's very, very weird. I mean, the whole thing is bent. Yeah, that thing's really bad. It's really bent out of shape. JPL's patch fixes it in most cases, not for the robotic parts themselves. I mean, yeah, that's pretty bad, dude. This might not be good for testing the crew access tower, but then again, as long as that piece is in the right spot, it really doesn't matter. But then again, I have identified several areas on the pad that do need to be, that could do with an upgrade, so... I know this is off subject, but it'll save you time when you make the access vehicle later. Optimal distance for the access point is the midpoint of a length from the nose edge of the payload bay. Yeah, if I built... Yeah, you're right. Yes, if I want to make one crew access arm for both vehicles. But I don't right now. That's the thing, man. Yeah, no, that... I understand what you're saying. I have to offset it a little bit to make one thing line up with both. I get it. You took the measurements, dude. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. But that's not, if I'm interpreting that correctly, that's not something I necessarily need right now. A smaller one or a smaller solution would be the right thing to do because it would be quick and easy to make, right? At least am I understanding correctly? Float point errors. Are float point errors like null reference errors? No. A good way to visualize how float point errors work, Serenity, is if you have, okay, say you have a tape measure. See this? You have a tape measure, okay? Over short distances, the tape measure stays pretty straightforward, right? You ever played this game with a tape measure? Where you just keep going, and you keep going, and you keep going, and you keep going. And if you keep extending the dang thing, right? You keep extending it, eventually it doesn't stay rigid. The thing starts doing this, right? That's how float point errors work. If you cover a certain amount of distance, the margin of error starts to break down. Just like how this, if you look at the end, right? Look at the end of the tape measure. It's nice and rigid, right? It's not moving. If I move, it moves. But as you get further and further and further and further away, it's tougher to keep the thing more rigid. Until you get too far and you get the noise that everybody loves. This is why, for instance, struts can only go a certain distance, because they'll do that and they'll crack and strike your crane or your vehicle or whatever. Yeah, you are. Float point errors is the compounding of rounding through multiple calculations. Yes. Yeah, that's right. I know what it is. I'm trying to give people an example without saying that, because you could say, oh, the compounding of rounding through multiple calculations doesn't mean much to some people. You know what I'm saying? It's literally that. It's the tape measure game. Everybody's played the tape measure game. The tape measure game is fun. How far can you get the thing to extend before it snaps? We're at 200 centimeters here. 6 feet, give or take. Nice. 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 Yeah, I know, the tape measure's green. Yeah, I get it. It's, oh, what, you're not holding a tape measure. Yeah, I get you. Thanks, Sawyer. Yeah, that's a good one, right? That's a creative way to explain ISO standards. Critical thinking's a hell of a drug, huh? Yeah, it has built-in scoring numbers that you guys can't see because it's green. Did I see your last? It will affect what you are about to do since you are going to set the attachment point. If you set it off from that, it will make it impossible to match up with the big SSDO integration later. That's why integration point is important now. I'd rather just make it in a way where I could just shift the arm up on the structure if I need to, or build like a scale demonstrator. I think that would be a better way to do it, man. So Antares is a heck of a rocket to watch. Yeah, got a little loud, huh? All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna recover the pad, and we'll work on building this stuff out. I think I want to keep 10. I think we should keep this thing as kind of a diagram for, you know, where it's deforming. But see, here's the thing. I think one of the small SSDOs costs... I forget how much it costs, man. Hang on. This wire's all tangled up. Headphone wire's tangled. Here's a fun trick. Fold the tape in half and put the end at 121. Now find the year you were born and see how that corresponds to the number on the other side of the tape. I don't want to do that, Jason. That I don't need my mind blown right now. We can keep... Yeah, I suppose we could keep using it too, but before we go any further, I need to take the old payload dispenser out, and we need to, at the very least, we need a new crane. So we need a new crane and a new pad. So, see, this is going to be weird because I'm not sure what caused that. I'm not sure what caused that to happen. So, we're going to have to figure out some stuff. You got distracted when you were going to put the big SSD on Kerbal X, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. It's not like there's like 600 people in here vying for my attention or something. Yeah, no, I did. Yeah. Yeah, no, I gotta put it on there, but I'm trying to get Kerbal going, dude, so I can figure out what I want to get done. If you don't mind, I'm putting the thing on Kerbal X is in the back of my mind right now. So just bear with me, my dude. I'll get it to you. I swear. Scout's honor. I'll get it. I just gotta. I'm like, there's so much stuff to consider here when we build a crew access arm. It's not just, dude, just build a truck that goes up. Like, there's a lot of stuff to consider, man. So, that, and I'll be honest with you, Carrier, I'm having trouble thinking in here. Like, guys, I don't know what it is, dude. It's toasty in here because there's a heat wave, and my air conditioner can't keep up. Remember that was happening a couple days ago, I say a couple days ago. That was like a month ago. Yeah, it's 80 degrees in here. I might, you know what, dude? This shirt's heavy cotton. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go put on like an undershirt and take the hat off so I don't sweat as much. I'll be back in a second, Carrier. And when I get back, dude, I'll throw the updated one on Kerbal X for you. Okay? All right. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. It turns out that my SLS shirt is actually very light, very airy. All right. The other thing I got to do is just move the screen a little bit. I got to move the green screen a little bit so I can get the air conditioning to come onto this side of the room. There's literally a temperature difference between this side of the room on the green screen and the other side. The other side's actually like 10 degrees cooler. It's weird, man. It's almost like that. It's almost like not getting good air circulation does that or something, EJ. Jeez, physics. Huh. Funny how that works, right? Nice, goalie. Take down the green screen? Nah, I'm good. All right, so let's recover all of this. Where are you going? You think you can escape? 10? Oh, you think you could just go back to the damn museum? No, we're not done with you. We're not done with you at all. We ain't done with you, bro. We ain't done with you. No, I don't want to be recovered. I was mostly trying to review a little. Sometimes tone probably doesn't come through in chat. Oh, dude. Yeah, no, I don't carry it. No, I got you, man. Yeah. Put a kappa after it, man, if you're giving me crap. That's the good way to tell sarcasm. Nah, it's fine. If you're ribbing me, yeah, if it's gonna be like that, Carrier, well then shoot. I'll put it on there when I'm ready. If y'all are gonna be like that, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you by the end of the night, dude. Why don't you ask me later, Crabsy? All right, no. So let's get this all recovered. So where are the pain points on the pad? I don't really see much except for that. Everything else here is looking fine. The ramp isn't drifting at all. How much of the bottom green-orange screen could you fold? It's going right to the floor. yeah, it looks like there's some weird panel deformations going on over here, but what does time warping do? Yeah, see how that thing's all bent out of shape? Strange. Alright. Guys, let's pay attention to this measurement right here. So, this guy. I gotta see what drifted here and why it caused it. Look at this I-beam comparatively, or this girder compared to that girder. It's something very peculiar. Why would what would cause them to do that? That's so strange. I'm not exactly sure. We should. Musicless stream is kind of nice. All right. I said I'd try it out, but I imagine you're starting at 1 tomorrow. Why do people keep asking me that? Yeah, of course I'm going to start at 1 tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow. Yep. Oh, good. Nice 16-hour stream tomorrow for you guys. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I'm curious. Loopy, I told everybody, it's either going to be really good news and they fixed everything, or it's going to be really bad news and they're not launching anytime soon. But here's the thing, and no, I'm not just trying to run cover for Boeing because I have a damn Boeing shirt on. It has nothing to do with that. Loopy, Eddie, I know you know this too, but I think it deserves to be reiterated. No one remembers a delay in the scheme of things. Everyone remembers a failure. Everybody remembers OFT1. Everyone. No, that's no one gonna forget that. I personally think OFT1 was really freaking cool, watching NASA flight controllers fix a capsule careening off course that's bound to re-enter, saving it, and then getting back to the launch site in real life. Like, that's something that would be miraculous in KSP. The guys did that in real life, and I personally think that's really freaking cool. And I am happy that I watched it happen in real time, but everybody still remembers it. Boeing needs to not have any more fails. That's exactly right, Reginald. You're right. They can't fail again. So they'll take their sweet time and launch it when it's ready. If they can't figure this valve issue out, dude, if you have to take it back to the hangar and take it apart and put it back together, so what? This is a developmental test flight. Okay? You do not want failure modes before you start the mission. Failure modes before you start the mission, like what happened on the last Starliner, will equal catastrophic failure in space. That's not what you want. The whole purpose of this is to make sure that the capsule works. And you don't want to make sure that the capsule works with faulty data sets to start. It's just spaceflight engineering 101, guys. Hey Dylan, what's up, dude? Exactly. Yeah, Reginald, you got it, man. High five me, bro. That's correct. Look, I get it. It's stylish and it's cool and it's hip and it's trendy to harp on Boeing. I get it. But as spaceflight fans, guys, it's more important for them to be successful than it is for them not to be. Right? It's really important. Any failure for spaceflight is bad for spaceflight. That's not a good thing. Where's the shades? I haven't worn the shades since 2017, dude. Yeah, it's been a while. Just decided to change it, and now I'm here. Oh, if I put on... Dude, actually, Reginald, the other day I put on shades, and chat's like, why do you have sunglasses on? Man, how the times have changed. Dude, there used to be a time where I could not take my sunglasses off. If people got freaked out if I did, they were like, "What are you doing?" No, put those back on. And they were probably kidding, to be fair, but I've been employed since 2017. Well, hey, work is important, and I'm glad you did that rather than sitting around watching me all day. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, any guess on the India rocket yet? No. Black hole! Chat, circa 2017. Truth. Just reinstalled KSP? Awesome, man. Alright, so let's see now. There's some pain points with the pad. We saw some drifting on these panels out here, but honestly, these panels are just there to look nice. I'll be real with you. I could take them off if we wanted to work with a part count and just cap off the panel wall right there. We could do that. I know, Hip. It's crazy. Actually, that's not a bad way to do that. Something like that, Jim. Yeah. Okay, so I didn't really see any problems from the rest of the pad here. There is something, the drifting thing that happens with the docking ports. But I think we can fix that by getting the vehicle, we could stand the vehicle up. That can fix that problem. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, cool. You're going to fix those wings hitting when going up and down the ramp. That's another thing that we need to fix. Thank you. I knew it was something. See, the problem with moving this or changing it is the fact that there's a bunch of struts holding the ramp together. Ice Bucket Challenge rescues. What year is it? Hey, Jars. Okay, yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, Giovanni, yeah, right, Giovanni, yep. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with chat. Trying to keep up with chat more than I usually do, just because. To make sure I don't miss anything. Flare it? I mean, yeah, we don't really need to move this out too much. Just out just a little bit could help. Floor it. I need to get a PC so I can get this game. It's out on console. It's out on console, but what I like to tell people, Dylan, is that it's enjoyed on the PC. Actually, I've never said that before in my life, but that still is true. Okay, well, either way, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go into the debug controller and we're gonna figure something out here. I could fix the crew structure right here if we really wanted to, but then we gotta understand how the crane is going to fit in with this, but I still think the mobile airport lounge is the best idea. The thing is, Lube, I don't know if the Kerbals can ingress because the crew tank that we made with the docking port, the only way to fit the docking port was to put it up on the nose. That's the only way it fits in the crew tank, and I don't think Kerbals can, like, climb up and enter. You know what I mean? That's why I was thinking, like, maybe something that docks, but I don't know. Oh yeah, the other thing that I wanted to check was this. Okay, so that part didn't move. It wasn't the holder that moved, it was this, whatever that is. Pardon my ignorance, but could the crew access not be part of the crane? Is that what we were just talking about? I could make it part of the crane, yeah. Do we have the payload mass to spare an inflatable port? Maybe use that for both docking and the hatch. See, another thing that we could do, Loopy, is fudge it. Just make it look like it has access, and then put a crew tank up here, right? Make it look like you can get into the vehicle, and then I could have it dock down here. We could have it docked to the fueling umbilical. We could do that. That's totally possible. But then how do you get the crew out after? I mean, how do we get the crew out with your idea? What do you mean? Opening the bay and then opening the inflatable and then having a stair truck would be my idea after. You're talking about putting it in inflatable on the crew? On the, on the part that flies into space? That is not the most upgraded variant. So, like, having a docking port, like, right here, that just, an inflatable that pops out? I mean, how much mass is it? Let me take a look. It's in docking ports, idiot. So it's 100 kilograms, and that thing is 20 kilograms. I said that when you designed it. Yeah, lulz, you did. Why did I say no? Why did I say I don't want to do that? Honest question, I don't remember. The mass. Okay. All right, well, at least I said that again this time. At least I'm consistent. I mean, at least I'm consistently, like, no, you know. Put the inflatable on the stair truck. Well, John, it would be better. So, okay, here's the thing. The reason why it would be better to put this damn inflatable in here is because Kerbals can ingress through this. It's a hatch. Kerbals can get into that. You can enter through there. So, if I have that on the crew tank, I don't have to dock the crew tower. I don't have to dock the crew tower to the pad. If I use this, even if I use the docking port and we drive the crew truck up and we dock to this, it's still docking to the SSDO, which is docking to the pad. The less docking procedures that you can do on the ground, the better. You'll mitigate drift that way. Does that... I don't know, guys. I don't know about that mass. Could be a bad idea. Remo, welcome back.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
How was your trip?
Fine.
Yeah?
I almost bought Halloween decor, and then I went, it's August, and Steve would kill me, so I didn't buy Halloween decor.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
So what'd you buy instead?
A little mini strip.
Is this strip waffle?
But small.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about, John. These are small strip waffles?
Yeah.
High five.
There's normal size strip waffles too, but I saw the mini ones first, so I got them both. Interesting. Decor is how you say it.
These are in fact very good. Manufactured by Dalemans Banket BV in the Netherlands. Product made in the Netherlands.
Yeah, no, I thought if there was this really cute ghost that had a little banner that said "boo," and I was like, oh, that would be cute. It was only $10, and then I was like, I could put it on our table, and then I thought to myself, if I take that home and it's the beginning of August, and we're in a heat wave, you're just gonna think I'm trying to get through summer, and that's not the case. So I didn't buy the cute little ghost.
Wait. Say that again.
There was this cute little ghost, and it had a little banner that said "boo." And I thought I could get that, and I could put it on our table, and it would be really cute for Halloween. And I thought to myself, it's August, and we're in the middle of a heat wave. And if I try to rush through summer, EJ's gonna kill me. No? I should have got the ghost?
What does rush through summer mean?
Well, 'cause that's like fall. That's like Halloween-y. Are you telling me you wouldn't have been like, what is this Halloween decor sitting on my...
Oh no, I absolutely would have. No.
See, Chad, I'm not as dumb as you think I am. He's like, oh, she's overthinking it. No. I would have gotten crap for my cute little ghost.
My wife would have bought the Halloween decor and used the stroopwafel as a distraction.
I see I need to learn. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, what are you doing?
The other thing was, I don't really do seasonal decor, so I wasn't and we don't really have room for just crap in our house that isn't on display. So, I didn't know what to do with it after Halloween, and I was like, it's just gonna sit there until Christmas. And it's gonna be there through Christmas. So, thanks, EG. We gotta get a post box.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's see, we don't have a garage for that crap. You're gonna eat all of them!
I want one more.
Sounds like a spooky Christmas. I'm gonna go put the stroop away now.
Okay.
That was my exciting trip to Home Goods.
Well, that's good. Home.
Yep.
It's good that you're home from Home Goods. I love you, baby.
I love you too. I'm going out tomorrow night. I keep forgetting to tell you.
You are?
I may have organized a thing at that place that we like in Boston.
Micro Center?
Yes, at Micro Center. No, not Micro Center. I'll tell you about it later, but
Alright.
I just don't want to forget to tell you, because I've already forgot today.
Okay.
I love you.
Love you too.
What is that face?
I don't know. I can't think. I don't know what I don't know what you're talking about.
Bruno's having a frat party. Exactly. You found me.
Frat party?
Yeah.
Frat party. Okay. Okay.
No, the food place.
Oh, yeah, the food place.
Yeah,
That's
now
right.
you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Okay. He doesn't have any idea what I'm talking about, does he?
No, I know.
Okay.
Hey, guys.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sleight of hand, baby. No, not yet, Chris. Remote. Tier 2, 54 month sub. It's alright. I can't believe you did that. Better to ask for forgiveness. Or beg for forgiveness than ask for permission. That quote does apply here, but it's probably not for the right reasons. All right, let's go. All right, back to work. So, Pilch, I don't want to put this thing on the truck. If I put it on the truck, it doesn't save me a docking function. But putting it here does. But I also am worried about that mass, dude. That makes this payload 80 kilograms heavier. It's 80, right? Because that's 20 and this is 100. So that's 160 pounds of airlock. Now the benefit there, Hell Hydra, sea last. Okay. Listen to this. It's from Space Pat. One more time for the people in the back. Patio! That's awesome. Awesome shots from Space Pat there. Yeah, that noise is overpressure event, man. At least I'm pretty sure. I think it's... Yeah. You ever get to see my shots from NG16? I saw them on the Twitterers, yes. How close are we on payload limits? We could probably swing it, but we're not going to have as many margins as before. We're not going to have the same kind of payload margins as before because the Kerbals are already heavy. I think we were at 1,900 kilos with three Kerbals fully loaded with inventory, and the payload module. This would put us actually put us at about an even 2. But see, the thing is that we got to do rendezvous because they would need to go to the station or something. So we have to be very careful about our fuel margins here. Like very careful. Do you need the front pod? Yes, I want. If I have Kerbals aboard, John, I want them to be able to control the vehicle. If so, like I want them to pilot it. Like I don't really like just having them ride as passengers. I want them to be able to take control of the vehicle if needed. And by that, I just want a pod. Yeah. And also, this was the only way to get 3 Kerbal capacity in here because nothing else that can hold 3 Kerbals can fit in this thing. So we could do this way. Yeah, we could. Also, this is not the finalized version. That's the Block 1 version, and then I changed it. We need prototype 16. The P thing won't? It's too big, Yarg. Prototype 16. That's the one that serial number 10 is. RJ, 27 months. Thanks, man. All right, we can get rid of that. That was just a distance measuring tool. So, yeah, you can really see how much those things drifted out of place over time. They definitely did. Okay. Okay. Here's what we'll do. What I think is the right way to go forward is I think that it might. There's the small sat dispenser. Transport prototype. No. I thought I might have the crew pod in here. Now, like, that's the thing. Would you guys mind if we clipped it? Like, I don't know if I have the crew pod in here in a subassembly. I'll have to look. LV5A. Let's see. Do we have the crew tank in here anywhere? Oh, there it is. Merge. I think clipping into the Mark 1 pod is fine because the hatch lines up with the hatch that way. The Mark 1 cabin doesn't have a hatch, but the pod does. Alright, well, if that's the case, Loopy, then we can do... So it's on the center line there, and... You know what, guys? I actually don't really mind it just clipping out just a little bit. I really don't. That means like when we go to dock with something, we could do that, and then it just kind of popped. Nah, that looks stupid. Never mind. Forget I said anything. The shuttle needed to open up its payload bay to dock things, so. So this has room for two Kerbals, and the Kerbals sit front and back, but let's just pretend that the Kerbals are sitting side to side. So, like, the Kerbal seats on this thing, Kerbal seating positions are, like, if these seats are them, right? And then there's just a bunch of open space right here, right? They're sitting on the left side. And I'm not sure if that factors into mass, but... So, we put the airlock right there, and then how about we just kind of say that the two Kerbals are riding in the back, like that. So it's two Kerbals, a passageway in the airlock assembly, and then that. I think that's a good justification for doing that way. And then... Yeah, I don't know, Sneaky. Who knows? Right? And then I'll just take that, and we'll take that. And we'll move them right here. And then we could just get rid of the front docking port, guys. Yeah. I'll try it without the front docking port. This thing should still be able to be carried. Because that is a docking port, but it's only a docking port when it's in the extended position. So this thing should work. That should hold everything together. That's gonna have to go a tick back or two if you want it centered. It was centered. I lined it up with the emergency door, I guess, would be here now. See, and the other thing that this does is because that's there, now we could just make a vehicle go right up to the payload bay and they could get in through the hatch. And then this could be used when we go to dock to the space station. Yeah, this way is better. Yeah. The mass concerns outweigh. You gain much more capability for not a lot more mass. Let's do that way. See last about the slight clip through the doors. The clipping looks like they cut here, the cut rescue marks on the planes. You like it. Okay. You could note attach it to there and then grandparent it. There. Right there is on the COM, I'm pretty sure. But actually, before I go and do this, let's get that out of there, not mess with the prototype file, and I'll go mess with the crew pod file. That's what we'll do. Where's that Antares footage from? That's from my buddy Pat, Space Pat, Joni. Space Pat was part of the press team for NG-16. That was the NG-16 launch from the other day. Let's go Crew Pod 2, updated 8, 12, 21. Payload mass, so we minus 20 from taking that docking port off, and then we add 100 to it. So 1937.875 minus 100, or minus 20. Minus 20 is 1917 plus 100 kilograms. 2017. Great year. That's our total payload mass with Kerbals. And then, of course, we can... I can just put this right here. That'll show where the docking port is, and then we can just route that like there, get rid of that, and then go like this, on then. There. Okay, we're aligned. Crew pod 2, done. I'm just gonna move this. I'm gonna move the number back, and I'm gonna take that and move that one back as well. So when this thing is extended, yeah. How do you move parts so far? I can't seem to move them much at all. Hold left shift. And then we grandparent strut it. And then I take this and I switch it to 2. Will the doors or fins hit on approach with the port there? No, I'm pretty sure it'll be alright. My Kerbals climb on ladders on top of the launch tower. There's a clean room at the top. They walk on top of the launch tower to the capsule and board. It's pretty cool. Transferring clue is lame. Yeah. Now we could, I mean, Swishy, we don't even have to do that. I can just have a gantry that goes up here. We don't even need to dock the tower to anything. We could just swing it into place and be done with it. Are we gonna fly tonight? What do you guys think? You guys confident enough to get to get crew into space. If I develop that, if I get the arm finished, the arm's not gonna. I mean, it's a truck. It's just a truck. But we also got to worry about getting the Kerbals out of the vehicle after. That's important. Don't just say yes because you want to see a launch, dudes. Seriously. Let's think about this. Weigh the options. If I lose Kerbals, we kill Kerbals here. Saves toast. We don't have the money. The save is toast. It only costs 10K to do a flight test. Remember that. It only costs 10K. And we did prove that this thing could get to the station with the crew tank, but that was the old crew tank. We changed the mass. We changed the mass of everything. So we need to make sure that this part that we changed is certified before we go and fly this thing at all. Is there a money mission you can do? Not really, O-Force, no. Chance of Kerbal loss is very low even if you have an issue. Yeah, that's correct, Yarg. But... Dude, I just think it would be better to test it, man. I mean, I know the probability of loss is pretty low. It's not that bad. Yeah, we need to make sure that it's mass weighed down with mass for the Kerbals as well. Mm-hmm. Weren't you going to add more rear landing gear? I'm thinking about it right now. You know what? Let's just leave it. It's better to leave it. It was working. It's a little bouncy, and these gear are a little stressed out, but it's a mitigatable problem. It's better to just not... I don't want to screw with the mass, guys. It's very important. Safer than Dart. Pretty much end-to-end, it's safer than Dart, and that was the whole goal of making this thing in the first place. Now, we're going to go down in here, and look, that's what it's supposed to look like. Compare that to what we saw on 10, and it was not pretty. Maybe I should have it push up on the fairing and not so much the plates. Yeah, what Loopy said, Mac. But then again, I do also have struts there. Right there. How much does that relay weigh? 150 kilos. Do we need that still? I forget. Is it that with the tracking satellite in the right spot, or is it just the tracking light in the right, or the tracking satellite in the right spot? Yeah, Yarg. I think you do. Yeah, I'll keep it. All right, cool. Cool. Okay. All right. So, we're going to do rendezvous operations too, right? If you're not adding things back in, you're not taking things away enough. Oh. Yeah. True that, man. I mean, heck, the early versions of the SSTO Fractal, I didn't even launch with the pooched payload bay. It didn't even have that. I just launched it with fuel tanks. Heck, we messed with one that didn't even have the arrow shell on it. Dart is still up there as an emergency lifeboat. That's right. Mm-hmm. I don't think we need to change much to this thing, except for that strut. That strut that I placed is pretty much all we're going to need. Do we want to do a rotation? Do we want to bring down the old crew? What do we want to do? I want to certify that crew tank with the inflatable airlock, Loopy. I really want to make sure that that thing works. Look, it only costs 10K to launch this thing. That's it. Guys, it's 10K for 2 tons into space. And it's fully reusable. This is not the big SSTO. It costs 10,000 Kerbucks. So test missions are nothing. And if I use the other prototype, it's really not going to cost anything. Hey, Torlav, 49-month resub. Uncrewed uphill and bring them down after? Loopy, I don't... No, I need to test the up mass. So, what does that mean? I gotta put some weights in here, like a test dummy, for mass simulation purposes. And if we're gonna put weights up there on the way up, it doesn't make sense that on the way down to have that same weights if I bring Kerbals down with it. Then we have too much down mass. I need to test end to end with the weight of 3 Kerbals on board. So that's what we're gonna do. I gotta figure out how much the Kerbals weigh. I forget. We tested it. We had it before, but I forget what it is now. Yeah, Hell Hydra, that's right. And this thing costs 100K by itself. So that's good to know. We really need to swap out crews. Yep, that moment is rapidly approaching with this thing. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, let's get this all figured out. So we have the crew tank figured out. We got to figure out a way for them to get in. That's all. So save this, go here like this. Let me go back to the padcraft file and we'll make the optimizations there. Can we use the inventory system and weigh it down? Sure. Yeah, I don't see why we couldn't. Alright, so let's save in here like this. And then go here, go into my rotational debug, enable it, and whoop. And then go in here like this, and we'll design out a vehicle right now. Since we already made a test flight, can we make a suit rehearsal too? Kerbals in and out before the launch? If I have the crew access vehicle made, yeah, sure. Okay, so there it is, sitting on the pad. Okay, so, ingress. How are we going to do this? Now because of the way we configured this payload bay, we excuse me, because we chose to make the crew pod in the way that... Can you not, EJ? Because we chose to make the crew pod in the way that we did, I don't need to... we don't need to dock the crew vehicle. It doesn't... It can work like Dart in that regard. Less docking procedures, the better. Alright, so how are we going to do this? You know what would be cool? If we can make it like the rotating service structure. We could make it like the rotating service structure. That would be really neat. Okay, so we basically just need to make something that goes up here. And it just needs to be on a truck. That's it. So let me get one of my integration trucks here. It is ArcSign. Yep. And it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit right. You're changing the aerodynamics if you put a Mark II there. Yeah, you don't want to do that. That's changing it. All I'm doing here is just, because I'm putting seats inside of a payload bay, it's not really changing the aerodynamics so much. Having Kerbals in here, having 2 tons of Kerbals in here or 2 tons of ore doesn't make a difference. I want to do this way. I'd rather not have 2 variations of the vehicle. Okay, let's start with the payload transfer vehicle. Just get that out of there for a second. All right, so this is going to come in, right? And we can make we could basically just use this and make a, I don't know. How are we going to do this? Ooh, I'm not sure putting all that weight on that chassis is a good idea. Hook and ladder? Bro. What astronaut has to climb a ladder to get into their spaceship? What is this, 1962? Nah, we're better than that. Base it off the fuel truck, except offset the jacks to be outriggers. Yeah. Last, Checkered. Can it be part of the pad? Just have an arm swing to the crew module. We could do that. Checkered, we could make that happen. That would achieve the same end effect. We got to be wary though that the crane, whatever the crew access arm we have to build, the crane, it has to fit. The crane has to go in here and. You know what? If we did, guys, if I did a crew access arm, it actually wouldn't be. It wouldn't be the worst thing to do. Hey, Lemur, what's going on? Or Lemur? Is it Lemur? I could put the tower right here, and the crane could fit in, right? And if the access arm just rolls back and forth, we could do that. That probably would be simpler than doing this. But the thing is that doesn't... If I have a mobile lounge like this, I could potentially use that truck. So, like, we make something that goes up here and comes back down. We could use the vehicle for getting the Kerbals out when the thing's on the runway if we wanted to. We could use it for either one. A-frame crew access arm that hinges off of both sides of the pad like Gemini. Can you give me a picture, Loop? I'm not, I'm not really familiar with how the heck they got into that thing. The mobile lounge could be cool. And keep in mind, if I could make the crew arm, and then I'd be like, then change my mind and be like, nah. Oh, you're talking about this. This thing, right? Yeah, King. King, I've been trying to tell people about relativity for months now, and I explain it, and people are like, oh, that's cool, but then they see the Veritasium video, they're like, oh my god! I'm like, yeah, it's pretty freaking cool. The flipped up white room. So if we did that, Loopy, I could do it. We could do that. And then it could go up like this and then rotate into position, but that's a little bit on the complicated side. On the other hand, we could make a scissor lift. We can make a scissor lift box go whoop. But if we make the scissor lift box go up there, if we make it do that, we're gonna need a vehicle that has a much wider track, because that's way too top heavy. And then also with the scissor lift, we need, how are we gonna get people in and out of the SSTO when it's horizontal with that scissor lift? I mean, we could, but how are we gonna do that? When it's complicated, stopped you. Well, what you're seeing is pretty complicated, French. It would be better if we didn't complicate the solutions to every little problem like this. You know, this complicated thing is a bunch of simple things that I've done over the past, all kind of rolled in together to make it complicated. Making each individual thing, like making a complicated crew access tower, compounds over time. Like, compounds a complicated problem, makes it even more complicated. We got to find the quickest and easiest way to do this. Can't you use the crane? Just make sure the ramp that gets the people up into the cabin in the first place can actuate enough to get over the SSTO. Wait, ramp? I thought we were making a scissor lift, like a mobile airport lounge. What are we doing? What are we talking about here? I'm confused. Like the ramp from... Oh... Okay. Make an attachment for the existing crane. That solves ingress, but that doesn't solve egress. Interesting. You know, hold on a second, dudes. Give me one moment. Like, what? Like, okay. All right. Here, just take this. Auto strut the thing, right? And then just move this over here like this, right? And yeah, I get it. This doesn't solve the egress problem either. But take this and move that right here, and then did you launch it today? No, not yet, Kem. No. Not just yet, buddy. Yeah, I don't want to do that, Loop. I don't want to jump off of it. I agree with using a crane truck sort of system. It makes sense, and you can drive the truck away clear of the pad. Yeah, but see, like, okay, so what I'm thinking, guys, is we can make the crane truck, and yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Loopy, you were saying make a Gemini-style A-frame, right? That rides on the back of one of these trucks, and then when it goes up into position, it sets itself down on the ground, right? That's what you were saying? Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm pretty sure that's what you were on about, yeah? No, but that works too. What if I took this Gemini A-frame, the rotating service structure for Gemini, and yeah, okay. Hold on a second here. Alright, so we proved that we don't necessarily need the wheels here. I've used past designs that still use these caster wheels in this spot. So let's do something like this. What if we move the wheels out? Just move them out like this. They'll still be connected to the same part, and we'll get the same result. Alright, so these rover wheels are going to be... Let's build. Give me a second. Hang on. Hold off on the suggestions for a second, fellas. Let's see if this works. And then I could put these here. To make it look like we have a crossbar that holds everything together. It would help if I centered it to make it look right. That was in engineering mode. Yeah, the crane truck. I don't want to use a crane to just get them up there, dude. I mean, look, we had Kerbals falling off the crane, and then we made the crane into a damn trebuchet and stuff. I don't want to do that. I don't want to run that risk. I get it. That was using ground anchors and stuff, but I'd rather trust. I think this way would be a better solution, guys. Should we move to a different file? I'll rename this Katra when I'm done. Trebu Crane was funny, man. And then I convinced Scott when we raided his stream that night. I convinced him to go and to make a trebuchet as well. And he used it to launch a payload into Eve orbit from Gilly, which was really, really funny, actually. All right. Okay, so let's say that this thing, right, goes all the way over here, and then it backs up and it hits the butt of the pad. Right? That's right. Actually, it wouldn't be like that. It would be with those things in the downward position. This thing would be right here. Alright. Now, where do we want the pivot point? Let me just use an old trick. That's better than just using the robotics. At least, well, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. But here, I'll show you. What I want to do, how I used to make hinges, is I used to take one of these so I could visualize the hinge better. And I used to take 2 Oscar B fuel tanks like this. Right? And these don't need fuel or anything, and I mean, I don't even need to bother taking the fuel out or anything, but I can use this to basically visualize my pivot point. So what we do is I take a bunch of I-beams and I measure the I-beams with distance to figure out the lever arm that we're trying to make. Okay? So we put this here like that, and then it looks like it needs to be, well, that should be tall enough to get, well, I mean, do we want it to get up and over the payload bay? I would say probably, yeah. You can't use the wide wheels here unless you get the passenger side wheels over the rail. Okay, this thing is going to be susceptible to... It's going to be susceptible to body roll, dude. Okay. Okay, let's say that's where I want my pivot point to be. Outriggers for stability. Yeah, give me a second, okay? Yeah, pretty much. I'm going to do it, but there'll be passive outriggers. I'll tell you what that means in a second. Mounting wheels on hydraulics causes insane drift creation. I don't want to do that. This is proving to be a little more complicated than what I wanted. Do you need outriggers if it's braced against the rails? Not really. No. Vertical integration. This is for crew access, Foo Face. But I could vertically integrate payloads with this too if we built the right style of vehicle. This is always the part of designing this that sucks. Horizontal in an elevator that can be verticated. Wouldn't be bad, yeah. What if the truck lifts with the A-frame? Pistons forcing the entire thing vertical. See, that's all. I don't mind that, guys, but you know what? Just leave that there for a second, all right? I want to go back to what we had over here, if you guys don't mind. Just... because I like this. This is cool. But I think I can do this for, like, next to no parts here. So, like, here, let me show you. So, we need a way for the Kerbals to get in.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Right. Hey, Twidge. Thanks, man. That was a, what is that, an 11-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Right. I'm good with that. That's fine. And then what we can do I've tested this out before, and I know that this type of crew arm can work. Just check this out, okay? You could have the entrance to the elevator shaft actually on the ground level. ¿Por qué no los dos? Yeah, either one, Loopy. That would work. Alright, get rid of the monopropellant. We're not looking to waste resources here. There we go. It's an elevator with no moving parts, basically. Yep. Pretty much. Alright, so I figured out a way that we can make one of these things with minimal drift, but I think I have a theory on, you know, making these things not drift as much, and I kind of want to test it out. I'm not going to lie to you. I want to see what happens. Alright, so the first thing that I want is... Alright, let's look. Alright, so flat flag. Let me see something here. We were using panels a second ago. What happens if we use the collidable flags? They're physicsless parts. Guys, physicsless parts. Actually, I don't know if these ones might not be physicless because they have a shape, but it's possible that it is the opposite of that. They're not physicsless with the variant, okay. But they're either way, they're light, right? They're super light. Are they strong enough? I don't know. Hard to say. Well, that's basically what I wanted to do, Loopy. Yeah. Alright, so put the other crew tank in here. Line that crew tank up with where the gantry, where the walkway is, right? And then we take this, like that, and we do this. Right, we put this down here. Yes. Now we're talking. We watched it for Space News, Bandit. Why not L-shaped? I'm working on it, fellas. You gotta give me a second. An L shape would be harder to get that right. I like moving it in at 15. So then we can do something like this, right? Snackless or anybody, do you guys know if we can... if Kerbals can walk on these? I don't know for sure. It would probably be a good idea to check. Yes, they can. Oh, thanks, Jason. Thank you. Can you put struts from the flags to the craft? I'm not sure. You know what? You know what might be a better way to do this? Just do... I thought it'd be cool to put a texture like on the walkway, but I mean it would be nice to put a texture on the walkway, but yeah, that's there we go. Let's just move that down like that. Arc sign, that's basically what I'm gonna do. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're gonna do. And then I've made crew access towers like this before, guys. So here we take something like this, right? So and then we take this and we move it back into the zeroed position, right? And then take the top. Take the top like that, and then what you can do is, watch this, ready? You can do it for not a lot of parts. And now you have a walkway made out of freaking control surfaces. Ready? So just take that, move that there. I'd go back to the classic Octag strut railings. Yeah, but those railings just look nice. They don't actually do anything, Loopy. That's my thing. That's my beef with them. They just look nice. I do like that. That's cool. And then I could put another set of hinges here, and then we could just strut it and make like a giant swinging right triangle. And that would prevent drift pretty well, actually, because this is already super light. With that being said, the mobile service tower idea might be the best way to do this, guys. Just on a side note, that might be the best way. Yeah. Alright, get rid of this for a second. That took 2 seconds to make. What about the MST? The mobile service tower from Dart. You think we could cut it down to size? We could cut it down to size and make it work, dudes. It would be really difficult to get that thing to sit on the rails correctly, though. Damn. Yeah. Where's the... Build the mobile elevator tower out of Freedom 7's old Erector truck. Since we have the kinematics for that down. Erector truck. Oh, yeah. I mean, Loopy, what's... Hang on a minute, man. What's stopping me from doing... So, give me 1 second. Let's just... The transporter. Yeah, I see it. I see what you're saying. But this way, we're reusing parts right off of Freedom 7, so like see what this is. See what this thing can do. This is already a system we know works. It works with the rails, and we can. Oh, that's almost the exact height too. Shoot. I mean, the old one was basically a single parts use thing as well, so yeah, I don't know. I kind of like this because it looks like the shuttle changeout building at Vandenberg that they would have used to put payloads inside of the shuttle at Vandenberg. Oh, and the payload bay would open inside of it too. We could probably rig it up to be the payload changeout building if I wanted to. Oh, this thing's kind of neat, man. It's kind of cool this way. I think I like this one better than the other one, but the only thing is that the wings are.
Discovery.
Oh,
North throttle.
the wings hit it. Damn.
Discovery.
Is the
North
launch
throttle.
expected tonight? I'm trying to. I just got to figure out how I'm going to iron this out, and then I want to launch, fellas. But maybe I'll just take the rest of the night to do this. I'm not sure. I want to get at least the test launch out. So, Hip, 63-month resub. Thanks, dude. I have a question. You know how planes work, then what's this? Yeah, it looks like, alright, I have to listen to it, Forge. Man. I can't, dude. I gotta finish this stupid thing. Yeah, Loopy, I think it's probably better to do that.
Wow.
It looks like compressor stall. But then again, this is not a scenario in the game, but the game you're making, but it could be. So it sounds like that's what happens if you try to throttle the engine if you don't have your N2 core speed spun up. If the N2 isn't spun up and you throttle it, it's going to do that. But the startup procedures for airplanes, dude. So like, okay, it might not be compressor stall, but it could be. So you have to spin up the starters, right? You have to spin the starter motor on the jet engine. Starter motor works the same way as a car. It starts spinning the what is it? And it's the N2 turbo. It's the N2 shaft. There's two shafts inside of a high bypass turbofan. There's the shaft that operates the jet, and then the jet exhaust pushes against the second shaft, and the second shaft has a turbine and it has the fan blades at the front, right? So you have two axles that spin inside of each other. So like one is a little bit bigger and the other one's a little bit smaller. They both spin. The starter motor spins your N1 core speed. All right, so you have to make sure that before you try to start the engine, before you mess with what's called a FADEC, which is basically the computer for the engine, before you activate that, you have to get your N1 core speed up. If you don't, you'll compressor stall it and it'll shoot flames out the back. That's the reason why the jet engine shot flames for a second and then it didn't right after that, because they started delivering fuel to it Well, the compressor was not spinning fast enough to make the jet engine do jet things, and it made a nice flamethrower. And then it shuts off. So they switched the flight computers on before the engine was up to the right RPM. That could be that could be computer problem, but it most likely is pilot error. Do you have the Field of Dreams game on? No. Oh, that was tonight? Ah, crap. Yeah, so it looks like they flip on the flight computer before the N1 core speed is up. I'm pretty sure. And then so you have a compressor stall. So that means the combustors are on. You started delivering fuel and the combustors on, but it's not the turbines inside of there aren't moving it fast enough for it to jet engine, for it to basically accelerate this out the back. But once the starter motor gets the turbine core speed, right, the jet engine, the turbojet core speed, so the N1 it's the N1 core speed up, right? It'll now it starts jet engineing.
Wow.
And then the motor turns on correctly. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, that's probably not good for it. Yeah. Yeah, for whatever reason, Maggie, looks like he decided to manually deliver fuel when the engine wasn't up to the correct RPM. Jet engines will do that if you deliver fuel too fast. I don't know why you would want to do that. I'm sure there was a good reason. Wow. Yeah, right. Yeah, Maggie, it should be fine. It's, basically flooding a car engine. Same thing. Yeah, that's flooding a jet engine. It's called compressor stall. He flooded the carburetor. Not carburetor, combustor. But yes, same thing. Well, same idea. Does the same thing, but it's not, because one's a jet and the other one's a carburetor. Is the Earth flat or round? It's a cube. Actually, it's a snow cone. So it's like a cone with a hemisphere on top and a cone on the other side, like an ice cream cone. That's why some people think it's round, and that's why other people think it's flat, obviously. Obviously. What flavor? What flavor would green be? Yeah, Panda Man, that's most likely the solution. Lime. Sounds good. That most likely happened after a failed start and there was a puddle of fuel. Yeah, Magic, because I was thinking, dude, like, there's modern FedEx wouldn't let you do that. The computer, the computers on planes nowadays, if a pilot tries to do something dumb, the computer's usually like, no. Yeah, you're not doing that. No. Right? Like, known as a wet start. Yep. Okay, cool. But yeah, once again, I was guessing, dude. I know there are people that know planes way better than me around here. What plane was that? It looked like a 767. Green is people jam. It looks like you're trying to do something dangerous. Perhaps I can help. Shut up, Clippy. Actually, yeah, we don't even need that. Just 3. Guys, I'll be honest, I don't know how well this thing is gonna work. But we'll find out. You're supposed to windmill the engine to clear the fuel out before using the igniters. Ah, yeah. I also forgot to show you this earlier. It's fun to rig things up and have them come out exactly like you want. Let me see. You got some wheel covers for your bike. Oh, that's cool. Neat. This one's gonna be uncrewed. See, Kraken, if I can get the flight off today. I don't want to put this out here. We just need a panel out here to kind of bridge this gap. Okay, cool. Save that, and then move this back into position. Move it into the zeroed position, right? That's not 0, EJ. That has a 1 before it, you idiot. Now get that, take this. That back into position like this, and then literally take every part and just rotate it 180 degrees. Yep. Yep. Now to bring it all together, I just run some struts in here. We go strut from there to there, and then we make it look like pillars. We go from there, just straight up. Redesigned launchpad for LD6. Stronger, far much more stable, automated on toxic cloud. That's the third one. Let me see. Oh, yeah, look at that little thing. You're still slewing off the pad a little bit, but it looks good. Nice. Oh, that's so cool. I want to see EJ get lost in Starbase. I am avoiding playing Starbase on kind of on purpose, fellas. I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of avoiding it on purpose because holy crap! I played the alpha and I was like, this is uh-oh. There's only certain times where I play a game and I'm like, and I go, uh-oh. Uh-oh. This game was one of them, and I think I was pretty right on, pretty spot on the money there with the with this game. You know, I think that was the right. I'm almost done here with the... I'm just going to go with the CAA, and you know what? We'll test it when we put this thing together. We'll see if it works. The only thing that I'm kind of worried about is that because this thing is attached to the pad, every time I dock something to and from the pad, it will probably drift this. It'll probably drift about, and I'm not really sure I want that, but this thing does look pretty cool. It does look pretty neat. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. And it's super freaking light because the launch pad. But once again, it still could drift. I don't need any damping here. Don't need damping force, and the traverse rate can go down to 10 on these. And then, yeah, guys, I think we're good. But then again, when we're not using this, we can lock it out. I can lock the thing, and then we won't have to worry about it. Yeah, I know, Dimitri. I know. And the gantry crane should fit underneath this thing just fine. All right, cool. LV5 launch pad revision 5. This is the CAA test, so let's just put R5 right there. Save that. Now, get rid of the SSTO. Put that back into the rotational position right there. Save this like that. And then we lock these things out right off the bat. And then what I can do is set a part out here. I'll just have that use a heaviest part auto strut on the very end, and that'll make it so when we're not using the arm, it struts down to the tank. Need to close the bridge better on the... Well, Jadam, this is an interim solution. Let's see if...
Go and throttle up.
Hey, T-Money, let's see if this thing screws up when we go to move this. I'm kind of testing the water with this thing. Let's see what it does. Oh, there is one more thing that I need to do. I want to put a hydraulic docking port there, like I did with the big one. That'll help these things move in relation to each other a little bit better, so the Kerbal doesn't fall and die. If I lock it in position when it's in the retracted position, I doubt that's going to happen. But yeah, well, I'll eat my words, dude. If it does, yeah, I'll be like, well, Jaden was right. That's what I'll say. I'll be like, oh well, now I screwed that up. Muddled the rod up. So, what I was doing before is I was just having this thing sit on its landing gear. But it seems like the way that this docks, it seems like the landing gear is clipping into the ground, and that causes everything to bend. So, something that I'm going to have to do is use these things. Hey, Desecray, 16-month resub. Thank you. I'm gonna need a way to get to hold the thing. We need to hold it up. I could just keep using same vessel collision between that, and that should be fine. That worked last time, but that also caused a lot of stuff to drift about. Alright. Alright, so back in the prototype file, I need to attach a docking port right here. Just like we did with the other one. But see, now that's more mass for the SSTO, damn it. Oh, that could be an issue. We're gonna have to roll with it. Hang on. Just let me move that down like this. Alright, so now what I need to do is move this down, right? And then we need to make sure, we just need to make sure that these two things stay together. And all this is designed to do is just make it so they can dock. That's all. I mean, we don't necessarily absolutely need we don't absolutely need this thing to dock with the small SSTO, but it worked. It helps keep everything kind of aligned with the big SSTO. So hey, Desecray. So that was a 19er from you. Sorry, I already said it, but yeah. Jadam, 3-month resub. All right. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Save this launch pad. Zero, 50-month resub. Did chat die on me, guys? Or are you guys all just hitting the damn resub button? If chat died on me, it's all good, dude. I don't care. I know this is boring. I'll get this. Yeah, she went home last week. It was one of Brimo's friends from college, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Laser Drifter, everybody's just hitting the resub button. I mean, if you guys want to fill the chat with subs, you know, your boy ain't gonna be upset. Oh, there's just a delay. I noticed there was a super big delay with chat there for a second. All right, so
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hokey gifted a sub out. Thank you. All right. Let's see where this takes us, guys. Switch-yo, 69 bits. Nice. I just found out that Relativity Space named all their stuff after StarCraft stuff. And they even sometimes make the "you require additional pylons" joke in the workplace. Yeah, I don't hate that. All right, guys. So here's what we're gonna do. I will. We need to do end-to-end testing. That's a big thing. We need to do end-to-end. That's super important. What did you put on the tower, and is it to load crew? They're flags. Flag gliders with control surfaces. And yes, it is to load through crew, my dude. Let's just clean up that edge just a little bit. There we go. Maxim, I just finished it. It's 10:30 now. Look, all right, fellas. I appreciate y'all that. I appreciate you guys that have all stayed with me tonight. Thank you. However, I have a question. It is a weeknight. If anyone in chat has something to work to do or something, we could just do this right off the bat after Space News tomorrow. All we got to do is just put everything together. It's ready to go. Well, I'm not sure if this is going to work. It might work. I still don't have a way for them to get out of the vehicle, but we could make something that works. Do it tonight? I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's only going to cost us 10K, Yarg, you know? Like, it's not that big of a deal. John, I don't mind. I have the chops to launch this thing tonight. I'm in. We can do it. All right. I'll start a launch campaign. We'll see where it takes us, okay? So let me switch this over here. Is there anything else that I wanted to fix with this thing? What are these servos doing? Toggling motor enabled them as well as resetting the build angle did nothing. If I disable the motors, the flaps start rolling and binding on nothing. Symmetry. Yeah. Sometimes hydraulics don't like being placed in symmetry, Prey. Separate them from symmetry and make it and control them with a cow controller. Yeah, sometimes, dude, the symmetry nodes fail. It's something that you did with the craft file in the hierarchy. Oh, okay, Pray. Yeah, there you go. Just remove all the service from symmetry design and static.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Nuggets, you thought it was time you renewed your sub. Well, thanks. It's a little baby crew access arm. Look at it. Look at how cute it is. This little baby. Look at this little baby. This little baby crew access arm. This little baby. Little babby. It's the baby. Yeah, the glass shaders, dude, for the flags. Actually, fellas, that thing looks really, really solid. The flags are just so damn light. This thing weighs nothing. It's not putting any stress on the hinges. At least it doesn't look like it. Just popping in. Is this crew access arm loosely based on the one from Condor? Very loosely, Berg, but yes, absolutely. Yeah, I used the control surfaces idea to make it look like the 39A CAA, dude. But this the other one was Kraken Tech, right? This one is hinges, robotics. Okay. We still need to figure out a way for crew to egress. Yeah, Swishio, for sure. It literally just could be a ladder truck that goes up to the side of the vehicle. That's it. It could just be that, dude. What do you think? Like, see, every other crew access vehicle, like the space shuttle is the side. The X-37 has nothing. It has a payload bay. So they would roll it to a hangar and take everything out, but the X-37 doesn't launch people. Dream Chaser has an ingress hatch on its back, right? And I'm not sure if they're going to use that to get in and out when you're down here, or if they'll just come out the back docking port. Who knows? Yeah, DNF. Yeah, I know. It's all, dude. It's close. Well, we redesigned the crew payload for it, Toa. So I got to do a test flight. But I'm basically going to do a test flight, an end-to-end test flight here. I'm going to do an end-to-end test flight that basically does everything but put the Kerbals inside of the vehicle. And then, yeah, we can get the crew stuff figured out. Okay, we're in the retracted position. Lock that out. Lock that out. Lock Lohman. Disable the cow controller. And now this auto struts to the fuel tank. It's perfect. That shouldn't drift. I mean, it's every robotic part is going to drift a little bit, but that shouldn't do that much because the thing is made out of flags. Each one of these is like 9.6 kilos or something. It's something tiny. Cool. All right. By the way, how will people get in the Dream Chaser if the hatch is on the back where the Dream Chaser will be attached to the rocket? There is another hatch. So switch out here, look. That's the hatch in the back for the space station, right? And then on the top, see it right there? See that little square? Yes, I have a model Dream Chaser on my desk. That's how they're going to get in when it's on the pad. So this is kind of similar to ours. What I was just stating is I don't know if people are going to use this hatch to get out when it lands or if they're going to use that one. I have no idea. I don't know. Hard to say. Where the heck did you get that? It's a Matchbox car, believe it or not, Market. Yeah. It's a Matchbox car. I saw it in the grocery store with the other Matchbox cars by the cash register. I saw it and I went, okay, Supra, that's cool. Charger, the Dream Chase, mine. You have a Matchbox Venture Star? Oh, you dick. That's really cool. Those letters are going to buff right off during re-entry. Bad design. Yeah, I know, right? Who does that? I mean, look at this landing gear. Fixed landing gear? What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, what? Will the engine area be safe after landing? Yeah. Yeah, John, I might have a vehicle come in from the back and just, dock to the back of it. We need to find prototype 16. That's the newest version, and I need to make some upgrades. One of the first things that we need to do is find the panel that has same vessel collision. I have an X-23 toy. There's EJ's Dream Chaser. Yep. Skybusters. Yep. Huh. Interesting. Sneaky. Okay. All those exposed nodes create drag? Yeah, pretty much. So how I have them attached is like this. They are node attached to each other. So it does create drag, but not as much as you might think. But see, Salty, that's the secret. That's the secret here. The shuttle, astronauts, every astronaut that's flown the shuttle says what? The shuttle flies like trash. Why does the shuttle fly like trash? The shuttle flies like trash because it makes tons of drag. It's a re-entry vehicle. It's supposed to slow down, remember? It's part of the reason why I wanted to make the aeroshell, and I really didn't care if it was going to create drag. It does. Creates a little bit. It's not that big of a deal. Huh. Caps lock. Yeah, I saw it, Sneaky. Huh. Caps lock. Alright. Alright, let's do an end-to-end test. Let's do it. Do you guys want me to just put the payload right in? Call it a day? We could put the payload right into the thing. I mean, that's not good testing, I'll be honest with you. It's not good testing criteria because I'm not testing the end-to-end, taking the crew pod, putting it in the SSTO, etc., etc. But the pad's fully fueled. We're already ready to go. It would be wise to get that figured out. Yeah, you're right. Let's test it right. Ark, that's the right call. All right, so I have 11 out. Let me get the jet truck. Jet truck! Jet truck! Make sure we set these to same vessel collision. Oh, this isn't going to be testing mode, guys. We're basically going to do a Kerbal crew launch, doing everything but putting crew in. So, see, I don't know. Should we pay for a new vehicle? Yeah, let's do it. We'll field the second one. I have another one over there. Yarg, you vote using the old vehicle? You know what? Saving money might not be the worst idea. And the systems that I added, the docking port on the bottom that I added to this thing, is not the worst thing to not have, you know? There's only one change, Yarg. It's just the docking port. That's it. I could Kerbal construct that on the new one. Not a problem. Yeah. I kind of don't want to, John, to be honest. Yeah, I really don't want to do that. I don't want to put crew. Well, actually, if we do an end-to-end test, that ain't going to matter now, is it? So, let's put the crew tank in there. See what it does. Why not? Well, the deformation is something that I'm doing. Crafts don't deform if, you know, like I had to just land on the dang runway. Okay, the crane is in the same position. I should just be able to put the thing out. Actually, I'm going to need Herbal and Glebless there. Well, Panja, that's why I kind of want to keep flying the thing. I want to keep flying it, and I want to see how bad this deformation actually gets. I mean, that might mean that the thing doesn't really, you know, it might not come back one time. But also at the same time, right, if I get 10 flights out of the thing, or if I have 2 profitable missions that total 100K, the thing paid for itself. I push, but I get the data anyway. I could see Kraken, but I'm not going to do that this time. We're testing going to the station, right? Oh, look. I thought that we'd have problems with clearance there. Nope. Sweet. Pilch, I'm just getting the thing up here. Don't worry. Taylor, I'm kind of in a holding pattern with the big one. You know what's cool is that, you know, and the only reason this is kind of working is because we still have a lot of infrastructure up in space. If we were starting from scratch with like no space station and stuff, this would be very difficult. But also at the same time, this is quite the little capable vehicle, if I do say so myself, guys. I mean, I didn't want to make this. I'll be honest with you. But like I said, I'd go at it in good faith, and man, we made a couple of pretty damn capable vehicles, and we busted them out and their pads in what, 2 months? That's 2 whole launch vehicles in 2 months, and their pads and the missions. That's pretty damn good, man. No, Pilch, don't apologize. Pilch, do not apologize for looking over my shoulder, especially during integration. I'm serious. Don't do that. You're helping me. I swear. And when I say like, oh, you know, I am not going to put it up there yet. I'd rather you remind me than just say, oh, my bad. No, don't. No. Look over my shoulder with integration. I do not want this thing to explode, man. That would, dude. I don't want it to explode, please. Thought that was the big one for a second. My bad. No problem, Taylor. They look exactly the same. Taylor, it's the same thing, only bigger. Like you not being able to know the difference between the big one and the small one is actually good. That means that they're so similar looking that you have to look at other things to understand, to realize how big or small it is. That's good. That means my big one came out looking exactly like the small one, which is what I intended. You missing that is unintentionally a compliment. That makes that I feel better after that, because now that means that it looks that it's correct, you know? Okay. We can leave this right here. So we're gonna use 10. 10 has already flown 7 times, and that's... Okay, are you awake? Yeah, Pilch, I'm with you on that one, pal. Orion Drive rocket in mission mode with fireworks when? I think the Orion Drive is stupid in real life, and I think it's really stupid in KSP. Well, why stupid in KSP? Orion Drives are Bush League, man. That's Bush League. You know why it's Bush League? Because anything that involves nuclear fission in an unregulated chain reaction is dumb. That's Bush League nuclear engineering, man. Now, getting the nuke, using that same nuclear material to be a power plant for you, or a nuclear thermal rocket that can generate electricity for your spacecraft and stuff, that's Chad engineering. Orion Drives are Bush League. It's like, ha, nuclear space drive go. Ew, it's disgusting. Yankees take the lead in the top of the 9th. Ugh. Those are words I hate hearing, man. Did I miss blast off? No, sir. But you don't like irradiating the atmosphere in space? I don't understand what you're trying to say, Sea Kraken. What do you mean? If I was going to use a nuclear thermal rocket, it would be used as an upper stage, guys. It would be used as an upper stage, and I would use it only in the vacuum. I wouldn't be using it down here. But even if you did, the radioactive isotopes, the radioactive hydrogen that exhaust that comes out of a nuclear engine decays extremely fast. It's not really bad for the environment. Not as bad as you'd think. Still nuclear material. What are we doing here right now? Docking the crane to the pad, so when we dock the SSTO to the pad, it's a base. So SSTO docks to pad. Pad docks to crane. SSTO docks to pad, right? Instead of pad docking to SSTO. So now, Loopy, it'll think the pad is a base. Then we dock the SSTO, and then I undock the crane, and now the pad reverts back to being a lander, and the SSTO is a ship. Because the SSTO is ship, that means when we turn the SSTO upright and let it go, we have the right hierarchy. That's correct, Sneaky. I mean, using a nuclear thermal drive in space, guys, is about as bad for the environment of space as using a fire hose on your boat, on a boat, to make the boat go forward and, you know, worry about, oh, the water that we're putting into the water, that's no good. You're spraying leftover nuclear material to countries. I said that's really bad last time. Yeah. No, that's not, I don't... The clean water of the hose is contaminating the dirty water of the ocean. Yeah. Of course there is, 619. See, Kraken, I think you misunderstood something that I said, because no. I don't like Orion drives because they explode nuclear weapons in space and you ride the wave of the nuclear blast with your spacecraft. I think that's dumb. I don't like that. I think that's stupid. Nuclear thermal drives are a much better application of nuclear material when it comes to spaceflight. Nuclear thermal drives? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure if you understand how they work, but if you do, much better. In Soviet Russia, nuke could detonate you. You did a cat of one, so you think you do. Okay. Hot news. Boeing ULA are preparing for liftoff around 6 a.m. Eastern Time on August 19th. Source me, Forge. Source me. Starliner's valve issues are still being worked, but Boeing ULA are prepping their folks for liftoff around 6. Okay, this could, of course, shift further to the right if it hasn't. Okay. This is the... I needed to redesign the crew tank a little bit, Platinum. Basically the last test before we do. Did this happen last time? It did, Sneaky? Alright, well that's good to know. Okay, switch to the pad. White Sox with a walk-off win. 180.3, pitches 0-4. Uh-oh. Well, I can make 0-4 work, that's fine. Two-run shot to end it. Nice. Six total runs in the ninth. Wild game. As long as the Yankees lost, I really don't care. Really don't care who wins. That's what I mean. So congratulations, White Sox. Good job. They do be good at losing these days. Yep. You're right. .340 Sea Kraken, 340 vacuum on the Rhino. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought we were screwed. The way that thing docked wasn't ideal. See, the air brakes and stuff pushing up on these parts is not doing them any favors. Wait a minute, where's the docking port? Oh, this is the old one. I was wondering, I'm like, hello? I forgot this was the old one. I was about to not be pretty happy. I'm like, this... Wait a minute, yeah, this is 10. That means, oh. Maybe docking it snapped some stuff back into position, because that drift under there didn't look too bad. Jay, please, it's only 11 p.m. Your boy's been streaming for 11 hours, Sneaky. What do you want from me? Wait, 14? No, uptime is 10:36, man. Oh, you want 14 out? Yeah, you would, you dick. 14 is what we want from you. Well, watch yesterday's VOD then.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Freddy, 37-month resub. All right, payload truck. We need the payload truck with the crew access vehicle, or with the crew pod. So let's grab that. Launch day or delay day? Oh, I'm launching. We want more. By the way, small rocket update. There's a chance Starliner's launch is going to be on Matt's birthday, and be in a blue hour. Sneaky, that's pretty cool. You know, I could say I wish that rockets would launch on my birthday, but the day before my birthday, literally every year, millions of rockets launch. They're just small, single stage rockets, and they pop after about 5 seconds. Rockets nonetheless. Still counts, bro. Still counts. Still counts. Millions. Millions of rockets launch on basically on my birthday. Squad. 5 de Julio. America. Halloween. Halloween. No. Do you have part force and Kerbal G's on? Yep. Maybe mortars? Technically, it does count. I know. Alright. Man, all I got is a bunch of people remembering the dead. Dia de los Muertos. Ay, Dios mío. Memorial Day? Yeah, same thing. DMs, bro. Sneaky. Sneaky. God, just... Bro. What are you thinking about, dude? What are you thinking about? Sneaky, I'm about to embarrass you on stream. Are you ready to be embarrassed on stream? Sneaky said, oh, a day where a lot of rockets launch. Wouldn't that be Valentine's Day? Sneaky! Damn it, man! Sneaky! Bad! Bad Sneaky! That's almost as bad as Forlorn's. That was Loopy. Now that was actually pretty funny. Wait, is Sneaky here? Did he leave? Sneaky, I'm sorry, my man. You think he's gonna be okay? I can't see. Sneaky, no. Bad. What was Forlorn's joke? What did Forlorn say? What did she say, Loopy? I think she said, it's getting late, so just bear with me. I think, I forget. It was something about, you know, launching small sat rockets. And Forlorn said, you should launch a really tiny rocket and you should name it Cuomo. You should name it Cuomo Stas and it should be really small. Bum bum ba bum. It's so screwed up. It's so bad. That's so messed up, dude. Oh my god, it's so messed up. Loopy, all right, listen. Oh my god. All right. You know what we call it when you launch a little rocket in New York? Cuomo Estes. So messed up. Okay, all right. Oh, how much mass is the? Hey, Brad, what's going on? How are you? How much mass would 3 Kerbals be with the flight suit, EVA suit, and the parachute? How much mass are they, Loopy? Well, we can see how much the parachutes are. Parachute's a 4 kilograms. The EVA pack is 45. So 45 and 4. Yeah, Blinga. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. I needed that for my headache. Yeah, sorry, dude. Devrandom, late at night, my math processing skills fall off exponentially. Yeah, it's like EJ's good at doing math. Good at doing math. You know? Yeah, it could be better, but I'm still breathing, so I guess it's not the worst. Hey, yeah, any day above ground, bro, right? Well, hey, I'm glad you're here. Maybe I can make your day better. That's why I'm here. Right on. Thank you. So, and now how much does a Kerbal in the suit weigh? I thought it was 60 kilos, but I don't know for sure. So, I think figuring, hang on, 6.888, right? And then if you put this in there, it's 8.625. 8.625 minus 6.888 gives us 1,700. This is 1,737 kilograms. So 45 and 49, Dev, is what we're looking at. 45 plus 49 is 94, right? So 1,737 plus 94 times 3. 2,000, yep, okay. That 2,000, yeah, okay. 2017, which is what we came to in the craft file. That's what we set it to. I factored it 3 times. 45 plus 49, 94, times 3, plus 1737 gives us 2019, right? Yeah. Okay, so I need to basically add about 200 kilos here to simulate the Kerbals. No, 300. It'd be 300 kilograms. So let's find something that's 0.3. That's 0.3. You know, tonight is the height of the Parasid meteor shower, peaking at 3 a.m. I didn't know that. You know what, Facha? Somebody mentioned to me, but I'm too much of a moron to remember. But yeah, that's cool. Well, we could do that. Can't you sort by mass? You know what? That's a really good idea. Oh, these nodes are 150 kilos a pop, so... And it's a construction part, so Kerbals can take them apart if something goes wrong. Kerbals can take... We could pop them off. Oh. I don't even need to go that far. Dang it. Okay, payload truck is ready to go. Let's switch over here. All right. Let's get ready to rumble. Y'all ready for this? Maybe we shouldn't clip them in the pod so we don't accidentally forget them. Pilch, I'll take the crew tank out, or we can use Kerbal construction to take them out. Jam Jock Mega Mix, yes plus, yeah, dude. Y'all ready for this? Oh god, it's so 90s. Snake, where are you? Snake? Snake, where are you? Show yourself. EPF Snake, I know you're here. I know you're here. I can hear you breathing, boy. Where are you? Snake? There you are. There you are. What kind of messed up individual links this at 11 at night? Just send me this out of the blue? You just send me shuttle pics unsolicited? You just send me a shuttle butt? You perv? Sweet picture. It's cool, isn't it? Snake, have you seen one of these? You've seen Atlantis before, right? Yep. Right? Did you see the Space Lab module that's over there? You see how big that thing actually is? We're pestering him about going to see Starliner with Matt. Yeah, of course I have. Snake, you remember the other day when I was trying to tell people how big that space hab actually is? And then you look and you sit there and you consider that that thing has been to space multiple times, and it's literally the size of a Mack truck. And you're like, oh, wow, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Nice shuttle butt, man. She's beautiful. Discovery is my favorite orbiter that's still around. Challenger will always be my favorite. It'll be my favorite, even though Challenger passed before I was born. That doesn't matter. I mean, you look at the Hubble replica at DC and it's the size of a bus. I know, Fozzie. What the space shuttle can do is insane. And you want to know what's ridiculous? I don't know what's ridiculous. The space shuttle's payload bay, if you just took the payload bay and just made it by itself, you took everything else off, that could fit inside of Starship's payload bay. Yeah. Okay. I was in boot camp when Challenger happened. Nuts. Sucks, man. The reason why I like Challenger so much is because Challenger, every shuttle design after Challenger, Discovery, Atlantis, Endeavour, all based off of Challenger's design. Challenger was like Shuttle 1.1. It had way less tiles, it was way lighter, it could carry more payload into space, and it was a much just better engineered vehicle. The reason why is because from the first 4 flights of the space shuttle, STS 1, 2, 3, and 4, they learned a lot of things, and they incorporated those things into Challenger, you know, based off of Columbia's flight time. And, yeah, that's why I like it so much. Every shuttle design after that is based off of Challenger, not Columbia. Yeah, Challenger is a freaking beast, man. So, Challenger's first flight was in 1983, okay? It was in 1983, and we lost it. We lost it basically at the very beginning of 1986. So 84 and 85, right? So 83, 84, 85, it flew 15 times. 15 times! That's ridiculous! Hey, Forlorn. How you doing? With that visit to Udvar Hazy, I think I've seen every shuttle at this point, including Enterprise. Yes, welcome to the club. Yeah, can you believe that, NASA man? 15 frigging times. 15 times in 3 years. That's ridiculous. That's 5 launches a year. That's no joke. That's pretty damn respectable, man. Shame that we lost it. It's even more of a shame that we lost Columbia. Like, it's just stupid. Stupid. But I won't get too much into it. You saw the Atlantis roll into its building. Cool. Alright, so, Pilch, this is where we lost the crane Kraken struck because I didn't have the right damping settings here. We need these to absorb a Kraken strike from these wheels. Expand. Oh, hey. Just got back home. Had a wild trip. Right on, man. I should start joining you guys sometimes. Whenever. At times and places. They were still finding gypsum dust in Columbia till we lost it from 03 from the STS-3 landing. Yep, White Sands, Northrop Strip. Join the launch gang. I would love to. Just got to get a press pass, dude. Like, remember that one time during NG11 when Das and I streamed the camera setup? That was cool, man. I like Discovery Endeavour better. Totally not because those are the 2 shuttles. Those 2 shuttles had an Australian astronaut. Hey, that's alright, man. That's fine. I miss Columbia. Dude, I miss Columbia and Challenger. Columbia probably the most, dude, because it was the first one. First one to go to space. That really sucks. I miss orbiters flying in general. You know what I think I'm going to do, Sawyer? I'm working on a Starship model. Do you know what I'm going to do with that Starship model? Oh. Something went very, very incorrect there. I should have probably opened up the other payload bay. It looks like... That's attached to that. Alright, let's just... Yeah. Yeah, let's just take that back to the factory real quick. It looks like the nodes... They must have attached to a payload bay attachment point. Hey, guys, I'm sorry. I haven't done operational missions in a couple of months. We're going to have little teething problems like this. It happens. Maybe don't launch tonight. Checker, that's not me screwing up. That's no problem. That's an honest mistake. That's not like me blowing up the entire big SSTO on the pad. That was not an honest mistake. That was me being dumb. Do not seek the treasure. Yeah, that wasn't supposed to do that. Yep. It is my professional opinion that now is the time to panic! Hey, I had that thing... Hold on. Hold it. Why? What's wrong with this? My love is constant sorrow because my payloads don't fit no more. His constant sorrow. Oh, come on. Karate, we should start a band and we should name it the Soggy Bottom Boys. That movie is so weird, dude. Ha! Victory is mine! We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we're about to get down. Get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Just took out Tomato Town. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. OUT. You okay? No. Necesita no. Necesita ayudar mi cabeza. Sigh. May I take my discovery pick back as payment to my deaf ears? No. No, you may not. No, you may not. Your inability to safeguard the shuttle picture was a colossal failure. You were saying, what are you going to do with the Starship model? Sorry, that happened weird. I want to take my Starship model and I want to put shuttle payload bay doors on it and make it look like a space shuttle. I'm not looking through at the shuttle program with rose-tinted glasses. I don't wear glasses. Yeah, how cool would that be? I mean, Sawyer, it's already coming along with all those dang tiles, man. Dude, and you know what? Did you see the pictures that are coming out of Boca Chica from today? They're friggin' cracking. They're falling off. Uh-oh. That would be epic, though. Yes. Some of them cracked during integration because they stretched. Because the vehicle stretched. And put Nomex on the backside, someone would get pissed. Elon would be like, "No, go away, stop that, stop doing that." I'd be like, "Nah, man, I'm good." All right, there's the mass simulator. So now I know for a fact that these are connected here. Okay. I wonder how many were cracked from a rushed installation. They're not cracked from a rushed installation, dude. What's going on is that's part of the reason. Okay, so it's starting to make a little more sense why SpaceX wanted to do that fitment test. The reason why they wanted to do that fitment test is because they wanted to see what the heck the vehicle was going to do when they lifted it up. Technically, when you lift Starship up from the top like that, the whole vehicle will stretch. Just a little bit, but the whole thing is going to stretch. It's going to be put under tension. When it's sitting on the ground, it's under compression load. You're relieving that compression load and you're creating tension there. Okay? That's why the tile's cracked. Even if it's a millimeter of stretch, that's enough to crack a tile. SpaceX can get away with thinner tiles and a pointier nose, but cracked and missing tiles cause turbulent flow. It's going to cause Starship to... Yeah. Stainless steel can't hit the re-entry by itself. It needs the tiles. Now, fam, why don't you just put Nomex on your starship? Yeah, right? Yeah. How sick would it be? I mean, Sawyer, you saw that Pathfinder that they had the other day, right? They had a spare nose cone and payload bay barrel segment, and they cut a payload bay door in it that looked like the shuttle. And then Elon said it was a Pathfinder. One of the variants of Starship is going to have shuttle payload bay doors. I'm calling it now. Actually, yeah, well, single point attachment. Yeah, maybe. They have tri-point attachment tiles right now, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, he called it a manufacturing Pathfinder. He didn't call it a test. He called it a Pathfinder. I personally think SpaceX got rid of the chomper fairing. I really think they did. That thing never made any sense to me. I thought it was stupid. Hey, Phoenix, what's up, man? If that thing opens shuttle... Sawyer, if it opens shuttle payload bay doors, shuttle style, I will lose my mind. I would be so happy. I want Starship to succeed so badly because I love the damn shuttle program so much that I hate that it left a sour taste with reusability in everybody's mouth. Everybody's like, oh, reusability doesn't make sense. The shuttle proved that, guys. The shuttle proved reusability. I'm an expert. That's the sound of poop. Poop coming out of your mouth. So I want Starship to succeed, and if it can take some tips and tricks from the shuttle, well, hey, that'd be pretty cool. King, what's that, man? Dude, you and me both. I think you'd be the first shuttle person, and I'd be like, dude. You'd be the first person I'd text going, dude, shuttle. Yep. So probably no Starliner in 2021. I heard from a guy who worked for Boeing once that they're getting the valve issue figured out. I've been hearing the current net date is the 19th, but I don't know for sure. Should we not open both doors on the payload truck for safety? Yes. See, Pilch, this is why you don't apologize. This is why I like you. You help me. SN20 is not going to make it home in one piece, but if they can improve the tile mounting and find the hot spots that validate their CFM sims, it's a sim. It's a win. Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, I don't think SN20 is going to make it. If it makes it through, I'll be very, very, very impressed. And you know what's crazy to me, Prey? This type of mission just goes to show you how insane STS-1 actually is. Or was. How absolutely mind-bogglingly insane STS-1 was, and they did it. And, like, the only problem they had was a couple of little things here and there. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that they got all that right on the first try. Like, re-entry, ascent... It is absolutely absurd. Yeah, and some tiles fell off from the SRBs. That's just, it shows you how bananas John Young and Bob Crippen actually are. Or, well, were for Young. It's my hero, man. And with crew on board on the first flight. Are you freaking nuts? I love it. Dude, I love it. It's so ballsy. You realize the inflatable port is a medium port, but the crane is a small port. Huh? Mama's wrong again. I mean, the fact that it still blows my mind, guys. And I don't just mean to sit here and just talk, whisper sweet nothings in your ear about the shuttle. But the shuttle is a frigging first attempt at making a reusable launch vehicle. Nothing had ever been reused before with people on it. Nothing. Nothing was ever reused like that before. They refurbished a Gemini capsule, but the Gemini capsule flew up with nobody on it. They refurbished it, and then it flew with people on it. No one had ever done that. We went from the Apollo capsule to the space shuttle in 6 years. From 1975 to 1981. That's ridiculous. Man, Did those guys know what was up or what? It's kind of scary how awesome how ridiculous that actually is. Wait, it still works? It's a small docking port, Jaka. It always has been, man. But please stop trying to find the shuttle everywhere in Starship and stop thinking about Starship as your personal revenge for the shuttle. No offense. Switch, no offense back to you. No, I'm not doing that. No. It's my vindication. Because the shuttle's a beast mode of a launch vehicle, and I really just hate people spouting this nonsense that it isn't. Oh, there's still a payload in there. How many engineers do you think threw up from anxiety on that morning? A lot. Yeah, Sneaky, I keep forgetting that we put 10 back on it. Hey, Airborne, what's up? 35-month resub. Beast, cut that, dude. It didn't. Lols. It didn't even get to. It didn't even get to its prime, dude. Didn't even get there. It's a shame. Swisio, the shuttle is Chad. All right. Don't be afraid of Chad. Okay. Shuttle is pretty awesome, but but you know what's more awesome? Get out of here, you Saturn V shill! This has nothing to do with you. Get out of here! Get out of here! I said. What's up, Savvy? How you doing? I mean, Swishio. Okay, real talk. It's mostly a joke, but also the shuttle is amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. Okay. All right, so we're gonna just take that and break it into a bunch of pieces. A lot of engineers lost some years on their lives stressing to get them home. Yeah. Do you hear Hootie and the Blowfish right now? No. I just realized Columbia couldn't carry any space station modules. Nope, too heavy. T-Man, they overbuilt Columbia. They overbuilt it. Ooh, we gotta be careful up there. This thing really likes to bind up. Here, let me remove same vessel collision from the back trucks for a second as we make it through that fairing gap. The shuttle was nothing special? Oh. What? Why? Why, chat? Why do you hate? A10, I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed. I thought we could have been friends. It could resupply the ISS. It couldn't build it. Who was that? Roblox, yeah. What makes it bind up? The fairing shape. You can only make the fairing shape so long, dude. It's really not an issue. We just have to keep track of it. Pilch, there's really not much we can do about that. I'm much more worried about these things Kraken striking, and that's why we need to have torque limit and dampening. Dampening. That doesn't say dampening, EJ. That says damping. We need to have that, down to 1 torque limit, 20 damping, which is actually something that the Saturn V shill, Savvy, actually helped me figure out. This absorbed the damping on this works as a shock absorber. So if we Kraken strike when we dock something to and from this thing, that absorbs it and it doesn't blow up the crane. Yeah, Savvy, you helped me figure out what this ideally should be when we were towing Dart back to the launch site. One thing I've noticed, anytime I talk to somebody about a rocket launch, they never say rocket or Falcon or whatever vehicle it is. They still call it a shuttle launch. That says something about its legacy. It's a freaking Chad vehicle, man.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Alright, we should just be able to undock this here, and boop. And it should just dock right down to the truck. Hell yeah. Yes, that's right. Hey, Kelly, gifted a sub to Prey. Thanks. The fairing shape, Pilch, see how it ends? Like, you can see the seam. It's right there. See it? That's what it gets hung up on. There's not much you can do about that, dude. Look, I'd literally killed to see the shuttle and Saturn flying at the same time. See, that's the thing. Saturn V fans... You know that Arnold Schwarzenegger meme where with the hands like this? So, shuttle fans are Arnold, Saturn V fans are the other guy, and Starship. Yarg, I'd rather not go and fiddle with the crane. I know this thing works, I just gotta keep an eye on it. Saturn V fans and shuttle fans can unite over Starship, because it's a Saturn V that's reusable. Don't you mean Buran and N1 fans? No. No, I don't. Did you hear that frickin' NASA man, that piece of crap that owns the second Buran, won't sell it to Roscosmos because I want to preserve the heritage. Yeah, you want to preserve the heritage. You want to sell it back to the people that friggin' built it, you punk. Hydrogen plus RP1 is methane then. You're not supposed to be all out. That's fine. I didn't hear that. Kazaki... It actually went to court. Roscosmos took him to court, to Kazaki court to, they took him to Kazaki court to try and seize it to see if he procured it illegally, and he was found innocent of no wrongdoing, whatever that means. Yes. Because, you know, you can provide a paper trail for this Russian space shuttle that you bought, right? Yep, you legitimately purchased it. I'll believe that when my crap turns purple and smells like rainbow sherbet. I'll believe that when my crap turns purple and smells like rainbow sherbet. Legitimate salvage, cowboy. Uh-oh. Something broke. Really? My crew access tower ejected itself? Really? Really? That's it? Oh, god damn it. That's kind of funny. I ain't even mad. Oh, that's pretty funny. Really? Out of everything? That's what happened? Of all the parts. Well, at least we found a way for the crew access arm to not work. It had had enough. Alright, let's undo the payload. There's your problem. I can see it. Pilch, remember this. Look, Look at where the crane boom is and look at where the docking port is. They are not lined up because my crane is shifted to one side. We need to put a centering mechanism on the crane to get it to be parallel with the pad. That's what's going on. That margin of error right there was enough to crack and strike our crew access arm. It's small stuff like that in KSP where if you dock, it'll try to bend it and it'll break. Yeah, that's what happened. We don't necessarily need I-beams. I just need, like, I mean, that's going to be a lot of parts. I would just maybe have, like, an air brake at each corner and an air brake push up against the Mark III fuselages so it centers the crane. That should fix it, dude. Or we need a way to push both sides. Yeah. See, Sneaky, I like giving play. I like not making the tolerances too much. You have to give it play. You have to give stuff play. It'll work better if you do. I call it the Kalashnikov principle. Because that's how the AK was made. Mikhail Kalashnikov made the AK and he made it big. He made it so the parts have room to move around. There's a lot of really loose tolerances on the K, and that's why it's so damn reliable. Because everything is loose tolerances. It can fill up with sand. It's really not an issue. That's a really smart engineering move, and I do that too. Like I said, the Kalashnikov principle. I did it with Freedom's crane too. The crane could move left to right. It happens, and also inaccurate. See, Arg, that's the thing, and this is something that I thought you would probably understand, dude. That means nothing. Who cares? It doesn't have to be super accurate, man. All it's gonna take is one bullet. It's not the Kalashnikov isn't about making the best firearm around. It's about making one that's good enough for the battlefield. That's it. That's right, Pilch. You got it. Yeah, Random. I think so. I think that's what. Yeah, I think you're right. The AK was built for loose interchangeability, not for moving tolerance. Oh, all right. Yeah, but Grizzly, that's what Kalashnikov said himself. He said that in an interview. Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? He said he gave the parts room to move around, so stuff can get clogged in there and it's not a problem. Those are his words, like verbatim. Phil, what's up? Holy crap, you have to show this on stream. Soyuz engine ignition. Okay. Yeah, I will in a moment. Would ground anchors have helped here? Not really. We would have just broken the ground anchor, dude. Well, I gotta put another pad out, dudes. I think he's talking about the left photo. The inside of a hydrogen car versus the inside of a Tesla. The staying power of a bad idea is astonishing. Elon's throwing out the bants. Can we recover the tower and test the flight with the increased payload? What we could do is just pull the SSTO off. We could pull the SSTO off the pad. It has the payload. Replace the pad, and go. Could just do that. It'll take 2 seconds. Gotta get her to roll. I'm sure this is good for our TPS. Is it not having issues due to the tower lying on it? I took care of that. I've never tried to dock the jet truck to this thing. Did you get that memo about them TPS reports? Man, air brakes are strong. Forgot how strong those things are. It's literally, those 2 air brakes are lifting the whole thing. Man, why did that thing have to pop, dude? It's so annoying. I don't want to dock this to that on the pad, but we might have to, guys. What's going on is this thing is getting stuck. You have a hangover, RJ. In MSC, if your vision is shaking. Yeah, probably right. Come on. The fact that this has given me so much trouble, guys, you know, like here, I might be able to get it a little bit with this thing. It could blow up the entire pad if I try to dock the jet truck to it. How much of a hit would you take launching it from the runway? Enough to not make it to space, Cornbread. Yeah, I'm not doing that. You could do it with the big one, but that's dumb. Not stupid. It's not that it's dumb, Corbett. I just get asked this question all the time. It's a rocket. The aero surfaces are designed for coming down, not going up. It's a rocket. Asking this thing to take off from the runway just because, oh, it has landing gear, right? It's a runway, right? Is like asking the space shuttle to take off from a runway because it has landing gear. And make it into space? No. That's not really what it was designed to do. The big one can, Yarg. Viewers tested it. It can, but I'm not doing that. You gotta stop. You don't want to think about this thing, Cornbread, as a space plane. Like that. It's not Skylon. It's a rocket that has landing gear attached to the bottom. That's only designed for coming back down. Yeah, the big one you can do it. It's been done. Retract the front gear. Yeah, let's see what that does. Sure, why not? Actually, not a bad idea, man. Yeah, Spam, we're not doing too well here. I might have to recover everything, guys. It's totally stuck because the crew access arm decided to pop. A Kerbal could probably push this thing, yeah. Can the crew access arm not be recovered alone? Of course it can, Yarg. Why? That totally defeats the point of what we're trying to do here. That thing breaking off basically scrubbed the mission. I'm not launching today, guys. Now that I'm really thinking about it, I was like, oh, we'll be fine, but the reality of that situation is we won't. We need the crew access arm. That was the whole point of this. It's a minor 1X. I'm not worried. I had a crew access arm here, and I went to put the payload in the SSDO, and it snapped it off. That just tells me that it doesn't have a good enough connection. That was going to happen no matter what. I'm happy it happened on the test flight. But this mission didn't need crew. Man, Yarg, sometimes I think you intentionally act stupid just to get me to do stuff. It's really annoying. Nah, dude, I need... The whole point is to test end-to-end architecture, man. Right? The whole point is to test the whole thing. Do everything that we would do if we were putting crew in, except for putting crew in. That's the whole point of this test. I thought you were testing without crew this time. Dude, I am, but we still need to test the crew access arm. It needs to work. Well, if the goal is to get vertical, Rado might be worth trying. Not as cool as the launch pad. Corn, it's just not... That's not what I designed this vehicle to do. And anytime you use a vehicle in a way that it's not designed, you're going to run into failure modes that you didn't anticipate for because you didn't design the vehicle to do that. That's not a wise thing to do, man. guys, look, like, okay, Cornbread, let me bring you up to speed, dude. Yeah, I see what you're saying. We could launch it from there. I really don't want to do that. I'll be honest with you. I really don't want to. I didn't design this vehicle to do that. But honestly, anytime I have a teething problem with the launch pad, somebody's like, "Oh, just launch it from the runway." I don't want to do that. This thing wasn't designed to launch from the runway. That would be like, "Oh, well, the cruise ship is having trouble getting out of the port. Why don't we just, fly it out of the port? It's a cruise ship, right?" That's bad habits, dude. I don't want to do that. I could. We could do it with a big one. Viewers have tested it, but that's not really what the intended purpose is, man. You know? The frigging air brake is getting stuck. Oh my god. I hate this. Guys, just go to bed. Honestly, fellas, just go to bed. I'm not launching this tonight. This is really getting annoying. What else? What else are we stuck on? Anything else? Hey, how about we just hit everything on the way out? Oh, we want it to turn. We want you. I want it to turn right here. How about we turn it to the left? Kerbal, let me turn it to the left for you. Yeah, just turn it to the left. Oh, you finally got it to get out. Oh, yeah. See, that's the thing. Yeah. Well, here. How about you hit the crane on the way out so you can't move it? Yeah. Sorry about that. Guys, I'm recovering everything. This is a waste of time. I don't want to waste your time, and I don't want to waste mine. I'm just going to recover it. Yep. We'll pick up this mission in the morning. So 7 flights is the record to beat from 10. So we did recover. Let me just make sure I document that in the mission log. SN10 recovered for refurb. 7 flights total. It sucks. I'm sorry, but I don't want to sit there just, hey, can we move it a little bit? Can we move it a little bit? I don't want to sit there and just do that over and over again. It's really, that's just a waste of time. So we have some problems that we have to fix with the stupid pad, but it's okay. And to save y'all a little bit of time tomorrow, we'll put the new vehicle out with the crew tank already in it. I'm just going to configure everything right now. But good thing is that we almost have enough to put the big SSTO back in operation. You had an enjoyable time? Right on, man. I'm sorry I couldn't produce, dude. I hate it when I have days like this. I push to... dude, this happens every time without fail. Every time I push to launch like this, like, okay, I'll stream an extra hour and I push to launch, every single time something goes wrong. It's something stupid like this happens. It happened with the big SSTO. It happens here. It's sometimes you just gotta... Sometimes Kerbal is just like, hey, I don't want you to launch this. So you just kind of... I'm saying for your mental health, I enjoyed it. I appreciate it. Starliner teams continue to work around the clock to return functionality to the propulsion system's valve. 9 to 13 are operating normally. In parallel, we're working with NASA and Aerojet Rocketdyne to determine the cause of the issue. Yep, exactly. Gotta know when to fold. But the good news here, like, here's the thing. It's annoying. That's annoying that we didn't get to go. I hate it when this happens. But we found problems with the pad. Important problems with the pad that definitely need to be fixed. Can you imagine how much that would absolutely suck if that happened when we were about to put crew in? Oh yeah, that would have sucked. That would have sucked. Here's the fix. Take the crew access arm and take these off. Attach the CAA directly on a node to the Mark III fuselage. There's your fix. Now, I just have to get the SSTO back in here. We have to line it all up again, and I'll put the fuselage or the crew tanks back in, and we'll see what happens. I'm just going to I'm going to button all this stuff up right now just to make sure while it's fresh in my mind, because if I just left it, I freaking forget everything. That's why we test, man. We didn't get a result that we wanted, but if we don't get a result that we wanted, that's just the game or, or physics telling us that what you made wasn't good enough. It's okay. Better now than later. Once again, I mean, dude, I have missions I have missions that failed in KSP from 2013, 2014 that people still freaking remember. So, yeah. Let's get it right. It's crazy that if you remember failures, you don't remember scrubs, right? Even pertains to mission mode. It's still true. People still give me crap for crashing a shuttle into the side of the Baikal range, and the reason why I call it the Baikal range is because I had a shuttle and I named it Baikal, and I crashed it into the side of the mountain with the KSP developers watching. Yeah, that was great. Good times. Also, the MMB, CTS 50, everybody remembers it. Def's like Pepperidge Farm remembers. Remember when EJ crashed this? Oh, I remember. Oh, me too. I remember. That's right. Yep. Command, yeah, you got it, dude. Turn on same vessel collision there. Turn on same vessel collision with those. Or, well, I can set that as we go. Move that over there. Did I see your last? Negative, Pilch. Give me 1 second. I'm implementing this stuff while it's, like I said, fresh in my head. Oh. Nice way to cap off the night. This glitch. Alright. What was your last, bud? Did we put the mass simulators in the pods? Yeah. Yeah. It's in the payload truck, so yes, but we have to put the mass simulated payload into the craft file. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, Jason, everybody remembers Apollo 13, right? Like, so, yeah, guess it works both ways to an extent. You ain't wrong, boy. Oh, it is. It just. Yo, Hell Hydra, it's Friday the 13th. It just became Friday the 13th. No wonder. No wonder we started having problems at the end there, man. It's Friday the 13th. Duh. Right when it turned Friday the 13th, everything started going to hell. All right. Have you ever launched anything that didn't fail? I mean, come on, get good. Yes. You gonna give Back for Blood a go? Was ist? What is that, dude? Left 4 Dead 3. Oh. Maybe. That's not gonna, we can't put that here. It's not gonna work. That has to be like over here somewhere. Or else when the crane comes through, it'll hit it. So wait, Left 4 Dead 3? That's actually getting made? Guys, I'm confused. Who's making it? By the way, how did they balance the shuttles with the lifters back then? I mean, rocket carries the shuttle on its back and the center of mass should tilt the whole rocket to one side because of the shuttle. That's a very complicated question, Hooded. It's a very complicated question. Here's a good picture that will dude, I could give you a more detailed explanation, but I am a little bit tired. Long story short, the shuttle has 3 rocket engines on the bottom that are pointed at the center of mass. See? They're pointed right at the center of mass. So when the thing yeets off the pad, those things are what's keeping it from doing this. It has to do with a trigonometric function called cosine loss. So there are drawbacks to doing that with your rocket engines, but you want to point your rocket engines through the center of mass. The problem is the center of mass changes with the space shuttle if you're carrying 20 tons of payload in here or you're carrying nothing. That's the reason why the shuttle engines need to be able to gimbal 10 degrees in every direction, because they have to compensate. The way the center of mass moves from when it has a full tank of gas and SRBs on it to when it has, you know, main engine cutoff, when the external tank runs out of fuel, the center of mass goes down like this. But depending on how much payload you have in here, it could be here, or it could start here and move this way. The way it drains is always on a line, more or less, but that line can shift. And the engines have to point at the center of mass, right? Because if they don't point at the center of mass, right? So that's why the shuttle engines need to gimbal. Because the engines are pointed out at 15 degrees. But especially when the SRBs separate, the engines have to be able to point at the center of mass to get the shuttle to fly straight. It's literally just a rocket picture a rocket with engines down here, and then take your engines and move them over here. So the shuttle flies like this after the SRBs separate. See? So you have your rocket and you have your engine, right? Your engines are pointed 15 out, and then they're over here. And then you have to fly like that. That's how the shuttle flies after the SRBs separate. The other thing is that the solid rocket motors, see these skirts down here where the hold down points are? Right there, that's where it bolts to the pad. This skirt is housing thrust vector actuators. The solid rocket boosters on the shuttle have 8 degrees of gimbal. The SRBs can vector. So that's what's doing the majority of the work to steer the shuttle when the SRBs are still attached. Back 4 Blood is made by the same devs that made Left 4 Dead. It's basically Left 4 Dead 3. Oh, okay. Well, the shuttle has a computer that's compensating for a differential center of mass, a differential linear center of mass drain every time they, put payload in there. They just tell the computer how much payload it is. They weigh the payload before and they say how much mass it is, and then shuttle computers can compensate. That answers more than enough. Yeah, sure, no problem. Okay. I think we're buttoned up here. The crew access arm's ready to go. I added some guide things so it'll, the Kerbals don't fall. Somebody said to do that, so I did. Anything else? Would you consider lowering the structural piece down a slight notch since you keep having to fight with it? Oh. Yeah, that's not really that big of a deal, King. Those pieces need to be there because they're holding the ramp together. That's why I haven't changed it. By the way, okay, all right, I got that. You should have the crew access arm dock when extended and also dock when retracted. You said that should help with drift, right? I lock the hinge out and I have heaviest part auto struts here running to the fuel tanks. Twice over, actually. Yeah, that shouldn't drift very much. And this crew access arm is extraordinarily light. These are flags. Seriously, flag panels. You can make flag panels now. They added that to the game. The floor is a flag. Yeah. I don't know, man. Are zombie games still cool? Like, I'm actually asking. I remember, like, zombie games were cool, like, when I was in college, like, in the late 2000s. Is that still cool? I don't know. No? Oh, alright. Jeez. No, Voodoo. I don't. The reason is because that piece right there that the wings keep getting stuck on, that piece is a structural component. So we'll just scrape the wings. It's really not a big deal. Jet truck uses a little bit more fuel. Who cares? Zombie games are about as alive as zombies are. Like, cause, yeah, Loopy, you remember when everyone was super into that? Like, super into zombie everything. Like, The Walking Dead was like, oh, it's Breaking Bad good. Like, oh my god, it's amazing. Man, that got old real fast, dude. That got old real quick, didn't it? Okay, so that's fixed. What else? That's a bit quieter on the front. Loopy, I think I like the survival aspects of zombie games. The survival aspect is what makes it cool. But I don't know, man. Like, why don't we just play like Minecraft or something? What, Minecraft has zombies in it? Damn. Hey, Alucard, what's going on? All right, Reg, I'll see you later. Thanks for popping in again, man. It's cool when people come back after all these years. That's one of the most fascinating things, dude. Yeah, X, yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, she's hooked in. This would be prototype 10. You know what? I won't change any of that. The mass simulator. Yeah, Pilch, thank you. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. No, thanks, man. Yes, Defense Minister. So these two pieces here are, and the cubic octag is to simulate having a crew aboard. That's basically my anthropomorphic test dummy. Okay. And now we have the bottom docking port, so it should help with the, it should help with, with collision and stuff. Okay, dudes. Was there anything with the crane that we needed to fix? Oh, there is one more thing. Oh, man. Oh, the mass margins are getting to be too much. We'll add the tilted docking port another day. All right, I'm starting to really fall off a cliff here. I'm getting tired. All right, pad. Everything is good, guys. We'll get that crew, the end-to-end crew mission figured out tomorrow. Loopy, tilted docking port. So Loopy, I thought of something, and actually Yarg did this first. But I was thinking about it. So when Demo was telling me about re-entry trajectories, it was always keep the nose up. Keep the nose up during re-entry. Keep the nose up during re-entry. It doesn't fly very well otherwise. And it kind of hit me. Do you remember when we used to launch the shuttle, Loopy, and the control point was on the shuttle cockpit, and the shuttle would end up just doing a roly-poly? Because if you commanded it to yaw, it would just roll, right? Because the control point was offset from your center of thrust, right? Well, how is that any different if we're going through re-entry and our control point is not aligned with your prograde vector? The X-33 needs to fly nose up. So with that being said, I need to fly it at like 10, 20 degrees nose up. Why don't I control from that point? So all my control surfaces, the deflection on those control surfaces and the authority of those control surfaces work around the docking port going along the prograde vector. I'm sure Louisa's told you to do this like 50 times. Yeah. Yeah, and we did it with the last version of Collins, but that was so long ago. I didn't remember. Anyway, if not more throughout history. I can only remember so much, dude. I'm good at remembering things, man, but I can only remember so much. All right, here. I will leave you with this. Oh, look. Sawyer's ignition from the business end. Yeah, baby. Let it ride. Bye-bye. That's so cool. That's so cool. What a sweet camera. Ramping up and let it go. God damn, Korolev's a freaking genius. Korolev's a freaking genius, dudes. It's so smart. We got more shuttle picks. Nice. All right, so we'll do that crew proving mission tomorrow. That shouldn't, unless, I mean, knock on wood, barring something going catastrophically wrong, we'll fly that tomorrow. So that's gonna do it for me, guys. Sorry, the chair got hung up on the green screen. That's gonna do it for me, guys. Don't forget, we have Starliner at 1 p.m. tomorrow, so we're gonna have a little bit of an extended space news there. I'll probably start around right when that meeting starts, so I'll see you guys around 12:30, 1 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching. Let's see who we can raid. Thank you. It was a great stream. Yeah, we actually see. It's all these little like technical streams where it doesn't seem like we get a lot done, but we got a lot done. We're making incredible strides with the SSTO program right now, despite the big one blowing up on the pad. I'm actually pretty happy. What do you guys want to watch? GTA RP? Cirrus is playing My Summer Car. Taradra's playing RimWorld. What do you guys want? Henry Kelly said they're targeting the 19th at 6 a.m. That's what I heard. We want zombies. Just kidding. Igniters, fuel on, then oxidizer, full thrust, and liftoff. Yeah, pretty much, Izzy. MSC? Alright, Cirrus is playing My Summer Car. Let's go see what he's up to. Haven't rated Cirrus in forever. Go see what Cirrus is up to. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night. I want to fly 2 missions tomorrow. I want to get that SSDO up there, dock to the station, get it back down, put that sucker right back on the pad, get Kerbals on board, and do the other mission. Yeah. And